Grand finals right now. We've got Bryant up 1-0 currently over JWU. And Hawk, I know you're excited to get into this one right now. So, I mean, listen, we are jumping right into this one early. How are you feeling about this matchup right here?
I am so excited. This draft is definitely spicy. There's volatile lanes across the board. We've got a Kennen. We've got a flashless Seraphine. Speaking of which, Jarvan pathing down there. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. And most importantly, knock on wood, we finally have no more crashing PCs.
Yeah. I wouldn't have done that if I were you. You're a bold man. But, gonna go ahead and do that. And as you say, the Jarvan is gonna be pathing down. Gonna be going out and is gonna be forcing out the flash. But guess what? The flashless Seraphine is going to need to use that heal to get on out of there, and they are going to stay safe for now, but that's going to be no way to really get out. No, 2 flashes down and no heal as well. So, I mean, this bot lane, they're going to be very susceptible to a gank yet again.
Yeah, it's still worth for Fred the Ninja getting the flash off of Loladay, but I think that's a misplay. You just aim your hook to the Seraphine as a guaranteed first blood every time. Maybe they thought they still had it with the Jarvan, but the heal meant that Hibiki was able to walk out and stay alive. No ignite either on the Nautilus. That is an exhaust Nautilus. I've never seen someone take exhaust on that champ.
For the Zeri and for the Twitch, I mean, it makes sense. You get caught off guard.
Yes.
I mean,
got a Jarvan. Bring the ignite. Get some kills,
Yeah, that too, You're very right, but I mean, who knows? I just want to see how they're going to be able to use it late game, because, I mean, that exhaust late game is definitely going to be way better than Ignite late game. So, but they're not really a late game team. Like, I feel like both these teams are like early game champ. Well, I guess, actually, at JWU, they actually scale pretty scarily. But, I mean, both teams can get off to an nice early lead for sure.
Both teams have some pretty nice scaling. The big differentials, I think, for me, are the Jarvan versus the Zac in the mid. Obviously, the Zac's going to hyper out scale. But then in mid lane, you've got the Veigar against the Zeri. And I think Veigar scaling will just be stronger. But I agree with you. I feel like although there's a lot of scaling on both teams, I think one item is really where we're looking. That's when this Jarvan and this Kennen in particular, that combo will really come online. And if Bryant's able to press their R keys all over JWU, it gets scary. But on the other side, if you're not able to find the one-shots, the sustain of the Seraphine, of the Zac, of the Shen, might just be able to turn it around.
Yeah, now that Zac is going to be looking for a little bit of a gank right now. As, I mean, Puppey did a great job in the last game, being all over the map, being a real nuisance, being a real, a real threat, honestly, all over the map against this Bryant roster. Yet again, trying to make something happen up top, but that is not going to be happening, and it looks like the Jarvan might be answering back right here. A little bit of counter ganking going to be going on as looks like the Jarvan's going to be backing for now.
Zac's already backed once, so Jarvan wants to match. Actually, no, the Zac hasn't backed, but either way, Puppy Cat's actually going to be clearing towards the bottom side. I think that was more or less just to cover the crash of the Shen from any potential Jarvan gank, not so much to try to kill CJ, but CJ does a good job, uses the lightning rush, and gets out of dodge. In the bottom lane, though, while she's up a decent amount of CS, and he's going to be able to pick up a lot of these minions as well. So the Jinx definitely going to be feeling, again, good about the early lane, but it was later on in the 2v2 last game where we saw Loladay and Hibiki start to take their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, really, I want to see if this roster and Brian are gonna be able to.
Oh, no flashes, remember?
Yeah, no flashes on either one, and is Wasting going to be able to go in? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Just going to be clearing out these wards, understanding this is going to be our drag, and some solid plays right now just coming out of Bryant. They're really just keeping this team at bay.
Definitely solid. I have to wonder if they maybe could have found a few more kills, at least one, with the advantages they had. Hibiki, both of his summoners are now back up, and Loladay's flash is only a minute away from being off cooldown. Now, with the Jarvan being bot side, it does mean that the Twitch gets zoned off a couple of waves here, so it is still good, but we gotta fight in top.
Yeah, and Kennen is going to be able to come out, slicing Maelstrom, just an auto, and that is going to be the first blood. Solo kill going to be heading over to the Kennen. Big play coming out of CJ.
Big play indeed. We talked about how Kennen can just delete backlines during the draft. Well, if he gets ahead, that can be a huge problem later on. Ho-Ho, not knowing the damage thresholds, taunts in and goes down.
Yeah, extremely unfortunate. And now Puppy gonna be poised to try to help out this bot lane roster in this Seraphine and Twitch. And I mean, right now, I don't really know if they're gonna be able to do that because I mean, I don't really know if this roster is really built to get ganked, honestly, at this point. Like right now. I mean, that's just being real. Like, honestly, like I don't really know if they're gonna be set up to get ganked at any point really in this early game.
Definitely not. The lanes are so hard to gank for Bryant, and to your point, you've got virtually no setup. Maybe later on you can gank bottom lane with a Seraphine Encore, but as it stands, you don't have the gank potential. I agree. You're definitely waiting for Bryant to make plays. This is a reactive composition. You want to use the Stand United to counteract some of what's going on, but now that the flashes are both back up in bot and the Stand United's up, I don't think that Bryant should ever even look at the bottom lane anymore, unless it's a 5v5 around the dragon. But CJ, teleport means that he can't join those early on. So it does get kind of awkward. You weren't really able to punish the bottom side early for Bryant when I think you had a window to. But now you can't really utilize the early threat of this Jarvan Nautilus because of the threat of the Stand United.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that, I mean, with the dragons being so prevalent in the last game, I want to see who's going to be trying to get this first mountain drag in this game right here because, I mean, it can definitely become a win condition late, but the fact that, I mean, neither team have really, tried to make a move for it yet, kind of surprising. And as I say that, it looks like the Zac going to be poisoned to take this dragon right here, right now for this roster in JWU.
JWU, they're doing the exact same thing that Bryant tried to do last game where they just crash a bottom wave after a stack, and then they're going to rotate their bottom lane using that priority up to the dragon. They don't even need to rotate. They take it down. Now, Miner Dude does miss minions mid for it, so it doesn't come without a cost. However, Stand United, remember, could be available, but we have a proactive play.
As Wasting is going to be able to come in, and Wasting also has the ultimate. Going to be shutting it down, and that's going to be Sakura dropping. Beautiful plays coming out right now from Bryant as they picked up their second kill of the game.
That was quality League of Legends right there from Wasting. Flash follow on the Jarvan EQ knockup. That is not as easy to do as it looks, and he made it look effortless. Gets the knockup, follows the Cataclysm, easy kill. Stand United not being burned. I think they knew that Hibiki was dead anyway. They're saving it for a bigger play. So you've gotten Dragon, but you lose your support. That's a kill for the Jarvan. This top jungle 2v2 coming online. Lolade going in.
Yeah, going in, and let's see what they're going to be able to make happen out of it. Is Walshy going to be going down pretty low right now? I don't think they're going to be able to get out. I think they're both going to be dropping as, yes, there's going to be two big kills going the way of the Twitch and the Zac, and evening this game up very, very quickly.
And the Newton's balls start swinging back. At JWU, they ult the Shen down to the bottom side, and they find 2 kills. Miner Dude going in.
And Zeri going to be flashing forward and is going to be able to take out Mr. Magic Sheep. A nice solo kill in the mid. And that could be an issue. I mean, if Zeri starts to beat out Veigar in mid, I mean, that should not happen.
Definitely, and I want to give every mid laner out there a tip right now. If your bot lane has just died and your jungler has recalled, as Wasting had, you do not need to ward bottom river then. You're just going to die as we saw, because you know that the enemy team's bottom lane. You're not getting value out of that ward. Instead, you're just putting yourself in position to get taken down. So credit to Miner Dude for baiting that one out. Mr. Magic Sheep not really respecting the opposing team's capabilities there.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, I don't really know. I mean, you look at the top lane and you got the Kennen still ahead, so you think, okay, the Kennen's winning right there. You look at the jungles.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, I would say the Zac is probably ahead for now just because of that drag lead.
Look at Wasting Summoners. He has Unsealed Spellbook. Sorry, I
yeah.
just noticed that. That is wild. He has Teleport on Jarvan right now.
I mean, listen. Smite TP, that's something that we haven't seen in a long time. We used to run it back in the day, and now it looks like this is going to be a caught Ho-Ho, as Ho-Ho is going to get taken down yet again. CJ starting to become a problem right here on this Kennen. Going to be slicing and dicing.
Doesn't even need teleport to get to the top side. Wasting just walks up. That was beautifully played by the top jungle 2v2. They're able to get another kill, and it's worth noting, too, that when the Shen ulted bot, as CJ going to get picked up here by Puppycat, when the Shen ulted bot, CJ got 2 plates and a couple waves on the top side. So he was extending his lead while the kills were going down bottom lane, which is why Bryant is still up 2,000 gold, even after the kill score and the shutdown that we just saw there go over and go even.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, right now, this Brian roster, they're still playing the map extremely well, even though they find themselves down in kills, down in dragons. They're still very much in this game, I must say. You know, they're playing
Oh
this
yeah.
top side and this mid very, very well. And if they keep on scaling, I mean, things definitely could end up going in their favor. But oh my goodness, that's going to be a very, very dead Mr. Magic Sheep. As this combination in the Zeri Zac is starting to be lethal, as Zeri's got that Triforce.
It's the same story as last game. Bryant, they play a really nice early game, but as the mid game starts to approach, they fall apart just a little bit. Mr. Magic Sheep getting caught for the second time this game. A beautiful gank on mid once again from the Zac of Puppy Cat will net them a Rift Herald. So JWU, they're finding their mid game opportunities where they can find them. Now, they're not 5,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes. Probably. There's still 3 minutes left, but probably not going to be 5,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes this time around. So it is a little different, and they're just straight up going in bottom lane. That is Stan United.
Yeah, going in with a shin on their back, and they are going to be able to take out Ninja. That's going to be a nice kill coming out. The exhaust looks like it wasn't there in time, and that's going to be Shin TPing away, but oh my goodness, maybe at the worst time ever.
It hurt so much!
Oh man, his Lolliday is going to get taken out very, very swiftly. That's extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, they burned so many cooldowns to get a pick on a support. Great, you get a kill for your Twitch, but what happens next? You teleport your Shen back to top. Now you're at teleport disadvantage, 30 seconds ahead of drag. Great counter punch for Bryant. They're still going.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, trying to lock
Unleashed
this one
in 4
down.
seconds. Look for the cannon.
Ooh, where's that cannon gonna be coming in? So close. Oh man, even trade's gonna be coming out. 2v2, and that's going to be the TP, as you stated. It's going to be a big one coming in, and they're lining up for him perfectly. That's going to be Kinnan coming in. Oh, the Slicing Maelstrom. Is he going to be able to lock him up? Yes. And that's going to be a perfect double kill coming in for those two players in 7-7 situations now. Bryant starting to turn things in their favor as they're going to get this drag.
What a beautiful fight from Bryant. They bait out so many cooldowns on the bottom side. Again, JWU, it looks good. Hey, we just got a kill, but they blew everything to get it, and Bryant, they recognized that. They said, hey, our opponents just blew everything to kill a Nautilus, so even though it's a 5v4 on the map, they are so vastly ahead in terms of power that they can just hard force in the river like that. They get the teleport advantage on the cannon, they spread their gold lead down to the bottom side. I think that was 4 kills answered back there, as well as the dragon, and that puts Bryant firmly in the lead in this game. As real quick, again, Rome, this is a Chemtech Jarvan. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, the problem. I mean, and you got the Ocean Soul that's going to be coming up, so I mean, this team is just going to be able to, you know, just sustain so much in these elongated fights later in the game. And as you stated, I mean, Bryant are just looking more and more poised to pull out a victory here, simply because, I mean, you look at this, I mean, they're starting to get a bounty on that Jinx, on that Jarvan. I mean, you got your Kennen to 3-1. You currently have the enemy Shin sitting at 0-2-3. I mean, things are looking very, very up for you, I must say, if you're Bryant.
Absolutely. And, you know, to Ho-Ho's credit, falling behind on Shen is not the biggest deal, and I think he's doing sort of what his team's asking him to do, but unfortunately it's meant that he's paid the price so significantly, and he has fallen this far behind. And I think that now you're sort of looking at a situation where, you know, your Shen being behind is fine, but this Kennen is massively ahead. He's got Airy, he's poking down the Shen. Look at that. Just a couple little spells doing big damage, and it just gets to a really difficult situation where your side lanes are both losing, and even though mid lane is going wildly in your favor, it gets difficult to make plays because anytime you go for something, you're at risk of, you know, the enemy team just stat checking.
Oh, yes, and this is going to be 4 in the bot lane coming in, trying to take out Fred, getting him extremely low. They are going to be able to taunt out the Jinx, and that is going to be a dead Jinx coming out as all 5 of these members, JW, are going to be in the bot lane. They're going to be popping the Rift
First
as
turn
well.
topside, though.
Yeah, oh, man, Kennen was able to get that. Now the question is, are they going to dive this straight up? As, oh, man, looks like they are. That's going to be a big kill coming in onto the Shin. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be a double kill, make it a triple kill. As this Jarvan is going big. Can he end up getting the Penta? I mean, honestly, he's set up for it. See if he's going to be able to get the 4th right here. He is going to be able to go in. He gets the Quadra. Now he's got to go for the Penta. I mean, you got to at this point, even if it's under the tower. I mean, just go. Flash. All of it. Make it happen. 600 bounty on the Jarvan's head. CJ is in the top lane. Going to be probably getting the tier 2. And they didn't even get the tier 1 down low in bot. Oh, man.
It's a disaster for JWU. Again, they are way overforcing on this bottom side. 5 members to get a shutdown on the Jinx. Like, again, hey, you got a shutdown. Great. But Vagar TP's down to the bottom side. And even though he doesn't get any of the cleanup kills, he prevents the tower from going down. Jarvan cleans it up. And then all the while, Kennon's pushing on the top side. Bryant, they take everything. They're now 6,000 gold ahead at just 18 minutes. That is a huge gold lead, Rome. Dragon spawning in a minute 40. You have a 604 Jarvan. That is 2 items pre-20 minutes. Your carries are also starting to come online. You got 2 items on your Kennen. They'll have teleport available for the objective. Everything you could possibly want. We talked about this 1-item composition. Well, they are online and they are firing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's the thing about this team is that they can get very, very scary very, very quickly. And I mean, right here, right now, I mean, they're starting to really turn it up. And if they can start to get these dragons in their favor as well, as this first one's going to be coming up in a minute, I mean, this snowball is just going to be going into even more effect. And the fact that the Jarvan is tanking up, he's got the frozen heart. That's what I want to see out of my Jarvan, is sustainability.
Absolutely. They're stacking up their 2 most fed members on the same side of the map. This is exactly what you should do. Push this as far as you can. That way, JWU, they're forced to respond, and then you can swing pressure down to the mid where your Jinx is and attack that low health mid lane outer turret. Look, see, the Zeri gets pulled off the wave. That's just... Bryant, you just want to push in as far as you can. Get the vision control. Now, you are sacrificing a little bit of priority around this dragon spawning in 40 seconds, but I don't think it'll matter too much.
Yeah,
they want this tower.
They definitely do. Oh, the Twitch. Are you going to really go in and be that ballsy? It looks like yes, he is, and he's going to pay the price. Good God almighty. Yeah, definitely going to get taken out. I mean, Azeri doesn't have enough to take him down right now, as this team has so much tankiness right now coming out. I mean, Bryant are fine. Like, they have so much tankiness this early. Oh, man. And this is going to be a perfect play coming in.
Doesn't matter. There's no follow.
Yeah, I mean... Honestly, this team is still looking good, though. The Jinx is going to be able to take out 1. Are they going to be able to full kill the Zac? Looks like, yes, that is going to be the case, and that's going to be huge. And now, I mean, this should be Bryant absolutely wiping the floor with JWU, as Jinx is going to be taking him out left, right, and center. And this is going to be a free dragon heading over toward the side of Bryant, and this is going to be full control of game number 2.
Oh, that's such a feels bad for Puppy Cat and Hibiki. You know, I said... when the engage goes through, it looks so nice. They hit like 4 members with their CC chain, but there isn't any damage left.
Yeah.
The Twitch was dead. The Zeri was chunked, and it's just all too easy for Bryant. They are team fighting beautifully. Turns out they don't need to play scaling to win the game. They don't need to go 44 minutes. Probably. They probably don't need to go 44 minutes to win. They can fight you early and look good. Wasting in CJ, they're popping off, and their Jinx is doing the damage over top.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this Jinx is definitely coming online. I mean, your Jarvan 6-0-8. Anytime your jungler 6-0-8, I mean, listen, it's going to be a serious situation on the map. And then you got your Kennen as well, who's got a bounty. I mean, literally everyone you want with a bounty pretty much has one. I mean, listen, the Veigar would be great to have one, but really, you just need to lock people down with that cage, and you're good to go.
For sure. It's just, you know, theoretically, JWU, they've got slightly better scaling in terms of damage and survivability when you look at the champions, but as far as ease of execution goes, I mean, Bryant is basically like you press all your buttons and you win team fights. It's so easy to do, so I feel like that sort of, in a way, makes their scaling nicer, especially in this lower level in Emergence Yellow. You know, this isn't LCK where execution is always going to be perfect. There's going to be mistakes from any player, even at the highest levels. So doesn't mean that these easier to execute comps. It's just sort of means that even though if your scaling's a little bit worse, you can still win team fights later on because you know what to do with your champions.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, now with the Kraken Slayer, the Runins coming out on the Jinx, I mean, she's going to be just that much more volatile. She's officially ahead of the Twitch now as well. And I mean, look at the CS difference. I mean, she's got like 70 more CS coming in than the Twitch. And oh man, is Ho-Ho going to be getting taken out? I don't know what exactly Ho-Ho was doing right here in this situation, but looks like Ho-Ho is going to be dropping. And I mean, CJ is going to be feasting on that situation. As oh man, Ho-Ho just a little bit too far out of, I mean,
they're giving mid.
Oh, Oh my goodness. Yes, the Jinx is going to be taking mid. What are they doing? They've got to figure out a way to commit
they're
to
all gonna
something.
die. They're
and now they're going to
gone.
fight in their own jungle. Oh, this is a throw. This is a throw, and this is going to be all Bryant. Bryant are going to be taking this game number 2. They might be ending it here. They legitimately could end the game right here.
They could, yeah. I mean, that's 4 dead. 3 of them for nearly 30 seconds. The minion died. That's big. I don't think they have enough time to end, but they're at least going to get an inhib or 2.
Jarvan and... Okay, they've got so much tankiness. They just need one minion wave, and the minion wave is here. That's what I'm saying.
20 seconds.
I think they can do it. All right, they won't be able to end. They won't be able to end. But they can probably get top. They can get top inhib. That's for sure. They could definitely get a top inhib. If they can get a top inhib out of this, back up, go get Baron after the reset. I mean, they're going to be looking amazing. They are going to be able to crack the base and should be able to get this inhib and get out. Get the inhib, get out, and go to Baron. That's all you need to do. Don't be. No. Get out. Don't do it. Don't you. Thank you. He said, you can see a throw about to happen, and you're like, no, do not make this a silver play. Don't do it. Do not stay. You're already ahead. Get out while you can.
Hey, don't worry, Rum. I think we already established last game that Bryant is allergic to staying for too long in the opposing base. So,
yeah.
They don't bite off more than they can chew. They do end up backing off. But, man, JWU, 4 members decide to walk past their ward line, and they give up a tower and 4 kills, and that leads to 2 more inhibitors.
Goodness.
Now, TJ's on the back.
Yeah, and that's going to be Bryant coming in. That's going to be a big ult coming out. Oh, my goodness. Are they going to be able to lock down the Kinnan?
No Jinx.
Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but Jarvan's going in. 1v4 goes Golden as well to buy time. Vigar's going to be coming in, giving a bunch of damage.
No one's died for Bryant
at all. I mean, they are just staying up. They're taking this is absolutely insane. The Kinnan's able to get out. It's a double kill for the Jinx. Is she going to be able to turn it into a Quadra at least? I think that's going to be the case, as that's going to be a shutdown, but that's not going to be nearly enough, as that is going to be a huge triple kill coming in, and Bryant are going to be able to end it right here, 24-11. A great showing out of them, and they're going to be going up 2-0 in the series.
What a different story from Game 1. Game 1 was the Newton's Cradle, back and forth, and in Game 2, Bryant, they come out the gate swinging. That's a sub-25-minute win.
Yeah, an absolutely dominant performance coming out of Bryant over JWU, and I mean, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board after this one, because, I mean, the teamwork, it seemed like it just turned up and turned it turned on for this roster. I mean, I don't know what happened with Bryant, but it seemed like halfway through that game, they just figured it out.
Seriously, you know, Game 1, I feel like it was marred by missed lane assignments, miscommunications. This game, no, they were decisive. They were aggressive. I think the one misplay was that very first gank on bottom side when they didn't kill the flashless Seraphine. After that, that team said, we are not going to make any more mistakes. And, you know, JWU, I think it's back to the drawing board. I don't think they had the right idea on how to play that composition, unfortunately. Just way too hard committing on the bottom side. I get it. You got to Twitch in a Shen. You want to get him going. I understand. But what are you sacrificing to make those plays? And unfortunately, every positive play for them was answered in tenfold by Bryant.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, listen, this Bryant roster, they are looking like they are very ready for this grand finals. I mean, the fact this is the grand finals and they put on such a dominant performance like that in game number 2, you know they're going to be looking to show it up with another one in game number 3. So listen, we will be finding out exactly how ready this team is when we come back from this very short break. So don't you guys go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NECC Grand Finals, where we currently have Bryant up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series, looking to put it away and make this the last game of the season. I mean, will it happen? I mean, let's just find out. I'm Rome DMV, joined alongside the wonderful, the amazing Hawk, and we're going to break this one down as they're going to draft this one out.
Break it down, we will. We're right underway in the draft already. Quick note, Bryant opts to stay, or I should say JWU opts to stay on the red side. They did have side selection as the losers of game 2. So they're clearly prioritizing that red side counter pick, even though it didn't work out for them last game. Keeping Bryant now on the blue side. Backs up against the wall for them. They are in dire need of a win. Otherwise, as you said, Rome, the season will be over and Bryant will be your emergency yellow champions.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I mean, honestly, that's what they're going to be looking to do is put this one away very, very quickly. And, you know, honestly, I want to see if this composition that they pick is going to be, you know, similar to the one that we saw last game, because, I mean, honestly, they found a lot of success with the Kinnan, and, I mean, that still isn't banned, so that's still on the table. So who knows really what we're going to see come out.
Well, I can tell you right now, we're already going to see something different because that's Yone Olaf picked here for Bryant. This is their blue 4 and 5 rotation. The Yone going into the blind Mordekaiser, and the Olaf going to try to rumble up against that Lilia. So already volatility has been locked in here in game 3.
I mean, for sure. Do you think that that's going to be, well, I guess it doesn't really have a choice, but to be Lily in the jungle? I mean, I guess you could flex the Mordekaiser technically, but most likely going to be in that top lane. Swain most likely going to be in that support or mid. They have a lot of flexibility on their team already.
Absolutely. And the Olaf pick is really interesting because looking at the composition so far, I don't love Olaf. Olaf's kind of annoying into Lilia. There's no enablers locked in yet. The support option that Fred the Ninja will go for is going to be that Leona. So nothing to really enable is Olaf, and you're running into sort of a really hard to pin down comp. The Lilia is going to run away from you. The Caitlyn's long range, the Morgana can black shield people to deny you the slows. So even though you can immune a lot of that CC, it's not going to be very straightforward for wasting.
Yeah, I mean, right now I do like the composition coming out. Ooh, man, and I guess that is going to be the mid lane. I was going to say, okay, if Swain was with the Caitlyn in the bot lane, I would have said that I probably have them winning it. But because it's the Morgana down there, honestly, even though the Morgana, Caitlyn, a lot of people say that it's a better duo, it's a better tandem. I don't know. I think this Ezreal Leona might be able to make something happen.
What I will say is not only is Caitlyn Morgana an extremely strong 2v2 in a vacuum, but Morgana absolutely dunks on Leona. It was a first pick Leona, and this was the response. So I think that's part of the thought process. I mean, Fred the Ninja really has his work cut out for him this game to really make anything happen. And now you have a low damage AD carry and Ezreal up against two drain tanks in the Mordekaiser and Swain backed up by the Morg. So getting through all that survivability will be extremely difficult, especially if you're falling behind early on.
Yeah.
Not to mention the Olaf, the aforementioned difficulty in making plays it'll have.
Yeah, I think really it's going to be all on the Yone, in my opinion, to make a bunch of plays for this roster. And Bryant, I think the Yone is going to really need to be big, go big, be the big damage dealer for this team. You know, at the end of these team fights, the Olaf is just going to need to get super tanky because, I mean, the way that this team is looking, the Lilia, the Swain, the Mord, running into that is not going to be easy to do whatsoever. But I mean, I will say the Olaf is a great play, you know, against the Caitlyn traps and things like that. You know, that ultimate can't be slowed. It's going to be very, very good because there's a lot of slowing things that come out on the side of JWU. So overall, I'm going to be honest. I like Bryant's draft straight up. I like it better. I think that they're going to be able to really win these team fights late game. How are you feeling about it?
I gotta be honest. I think I'm on the other side. I think this might be the first time we have a split desk. I think JWU has drafted themselves a nice composition. I think the Victor was less than impressive for Magic Sheep in game one. So now the Swain for the side of Miner Dude could potentially start popping off and get going. I think the Ezreal's going to struggle in this game up against the Caitlyn. It's going to fall behind and struggle to get through these tanks. And, you know, Mordekaiser Swain, if they get going, the game might just end there because you know that Caitlyn Morgana, they're going to win their lane. And I think the scaling's not there for Bryant this time around to bail them out.
Okay, well, hey, listen, it's only one way to find out. Listen, split deaths, that means we just got to see and wait and happens. Let's wait and see what happens. I mean, listen, I got Bryant coming out, getting the 3-0. It sounds like you've got this one going to a 2-1 after this game, at least for now. I don't know, is that your official prediction?
You know what? Yeah, let's say it. JWU, I think they can pull this one back. Now, are they going to bring back the series? I don't know. But in this game, I like their draft. I think they've got some good tricks up their sleeve. It just comes down to whether or not they can weather the early game storm.
Yeah, and I mean, really, whether or not they're going to be able to, I mean, put it together. This type of composition that they're running in JWU, I mean, you cannot make mistakes. I mean, if Mordekaiser sends the wrong person into the Shadow Realm, it could be GG's just like that. I mean, your mistake margin for error is so high. Like, you just can't make any mistakes on this team, or else your team fights can go drastically wrong. While on the other side, realistically, I mean, Leona can miss a roll. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it might not be the end of the world for you, realistically. So, I mean, I don't know. You still have a lot of ways to go in with the Yone, the Olaf. I don't know, man. It's going to be very interesting. Like I said, I clearly got like Brian's draft. You like JWU's draft. We just got to wait and see which one's going to be better.
And I think if we can look towards this early game, you know, I talked about how Bryant, I want to see their composition get ahead. If Yone starts beating up on this Mordekaiser, this game all of a sudden looks a lot different, right? If Olaf gets going, this game looks a lot different, right? Like, I'm kind of assuming everyone's going to be even. And although I don't love the Olaf into Lilia matchup, Olaf beats Lilia in the one-on-one and in skirmishes at all stages of the game. Lilia is just kind of like obnoxious to deal with, you know? Yeah. But it's not going to beat you. So that does mean that wherever wasting goes, it should be a winning fight, particularly maybe a pre-6 Mordekaiser that doesn't have any escapes in the early game could be something that you bring under threat. Also, Swain, very gankable. And if you're able to land some CC on that bottom side through the Black Shield, you could go bottom lane as well. Neutral objective control as well favors the Olaf. So you do have a lot of options if you are wasting. And I think although his composition later on isn't really built to facilitate him and the Olaf will fall off massively, in this early game, if you're able to play intelligently and maybe not just play a stock standard full clear game, there is a lot of options for you to try to throw JWU's game plan off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I think with Bryant as well, they're going to be able to really get some nice drag control. Some early river control as well. So I want to see if they're going to be potentially be able to pick up this early dragon. I mean, I would like to see that. Honestly, just because the way the dragons came into play in game number 1, we saw at the end that soul mattered so much. And now, I mean, here we go. Game number 3. Anyone's game.
It is worth noting that both these teams have, to your point, had very high priority on Dragon so far this series and low priority on the Herald. We've seen teams sort of take Herald when they can, but we've not seen any drawn up set pieces around the Herald. No bot lane swapping top, things like that. And I will say, Caitlyn comps a lot of times like to be able to get a Herald, then you can break the bottom lane turret. And then as soon as you break one turret with a Caitlyn comp, you usually can break the next 3 pretty easily. So we'll have to see how that Herald play ends up shaking out, because although I do agree with you, stacking dragons is a surefire way to get an advantage in this game potentially. It's not the only way, and I think if Bryant ends up getting the Herald, it could really start to stifle some of JWU's early to mid game.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, that would be huge if they could pick it up. And a little bit of trickery going to be coming out. It's Fred and Walshy are going to be playing a little bit aggro in this bush. It looks like they are just going to be trying to get this level 2. So I mean, I like it out of them, understanding that the level 2 coming out of the Kate Morg can be a problem to deal with. So I like I like it.
It's a fake leash, I think, coming through from the bottom lane. I think that's a mistake from the bottom lane of JWU. I think bottom lane priority is massive in this lane when you're playing Caitlyn Morg. So let's see how that one ends up panning out. Because to your point, again, while she's in Fred the Ninja, they want that level 2, and Holiday is fighting a minion wave.
Get the stun. Oh my goodness. Okay, that might have been a flash that they needed to come out if he would have landed that stun right there, because that's an ignite that he's going to be able to use. Ooh, man.
Not only that, I think Fred the Ninja should have flashed forward. You probably don't kill the Caitlyn, but you at least force summoner heal, and if you throw that down the ignite, you get a ton of damage off on her, and she basically sacks the early lane. So I actually think Fred the Ninja could have pulled the trigger right there, maybe a little more aggressively, but either way, definitely, I mean, this is a cheater recall for an Ezreal Leona in a Caitlyn Morgana lane. I think that's a huge win for Bryant.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, oh my goodness, the Swain is going to be able to get that stun. That's going to be a lot of damage, so was able to answer back nicely. I mean, I thought that at first, Victor was getting the better of that trade, but, I mean, that's what Swain can do, and that's why I was waiting to see, I understood, yes, okay, you did pick the Morgana technically to go down there, but I was waiting to see if there was going to be a little bit of trickery to come out and if they were going to send that Morg mid against the Victor, because that would have been very interesting to say the least.
That would have been spicy. Again, I think you want the Morg matchup down against the Leona, but man, how interesting would that have been? But either way, Miner Dude starting with tier and farming up pretty nicely, It is going to be first recall for Mr. Magic Sheep, so he's weathered the early game. And oh, hold up, Loladay, great flash.
Yeah, I mean, great reaction time coming out for sure, but still going to be a summoner spell burn down there. And now, I mean, Wasting is just going to probably be hanging out, waiting for his time to come and wreak havoc down low again. Ooh, Wasting needs to get out of here. Yeah, gotta flash out of this one. Maybe he's going to have a choice. No, needs to get out. Not going to be giving up those buffs, and rightfully so.
I like that a little bit. You beat the Lilia one-on-one, so maybe JWU misplays it, but it's a 4v1, and your bot lane is not in position to collapse, and your mid laner had base. So at the end of the day, it's flash for flash, but Loladay's flash being blown, I do think, is very impactful as this lane progresses. And I do want to just another sort of pro tip, if you will. If you do a cheater recall, please do not buy boots. You want to get that long sword so you can start to pressure the lane more. The boots, while it does feel nice, it's not usually what people end up going for, and that is a Shield of Daybreak into the Black Shield.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
He's
man,
dead.
and you can't be oh, that's the perfect timing on the gank. And is this Lily going to be able to pick up Walshy as well? I don't think so. Walshy was almost able to turn that one around and pick up a kill. But still, I mean, this roster, finally able to pick up that first blood, and that's going to be a huge one at the perfect time.
That is really big. We were talking about, the bot lane had been surprisingly volatile. Now, getting on top. Oh, it was out. And lots of damage down, though. So CJ going to be feeling good, but the bottom lane has been unexpectedly volatile. It's been so much more contested than I expected early on. But mistakes coming out from Bryant. Fred the Ninja going in and Shield of Daybreak into the Black Shield means that he's not able to find any CC, and then the Lilia coming down means that he dies, and then while she's after the Arcane Shift, auto-attacked the Morgue instead of the Lilia, meaning that there was no trade kill. So just a few misplays does result in a JWU advantage.
I will say that right now, I mean, if you look at the farm down low in that bot lane, that Ezreal.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Farming a little bit better than the Kate. That's kind of surprising if you ask me, because Caitlyn's usually have a pretty easy time farming against Ezreals.
I think it's safe to say that in general, this has been a surprising bottom lane so far this game. The cheater recall, the farm advantage, but the kill goes down for JWU anyway. It's definitely been a bit of a weird one, but that does not perturb Bryant too much, as Fred the Ninja getting that river vision down anyway after his quick recall, shall we say.
Yeah, and I mean, now there's going to be nobody that's going to be going for this early drag, or at least setting up for it. Maybe this Olaf will roam over there with this Lilia currently topside, and I think they do know that they're up there. And yeah, I mean, this Yone can definitely do some damage before Ho-Ho gets to... not going to go in. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, though. I mean, a lot of CS as well is going to be in this top side, but it's going to be a wild puppy coming in, trying to make something happen, trying to lock up the Yone, but that is going to be much easier said than done. And now this Olaf is going to be coming in for the gank, and this is the great thing, is that the Black Shield, it can't stop the Leona from actually going to the ADC, so even though it stops the stun, still going to be coming out a lot of damage, and now that's going to be 2 kills going over to the bot lane. Beautiful plays coming out.
And that's huge. You know, it was a nice gank from Puppycat on the top side there. Ho-Ho needed that. That lane was pretty doomed unless the Lilia goes for that play and forces out the Yone ult. So, nice play by the jungler of LWU, but they don't respect the counterpunch on the bottom side. We saw Wasting pathing down that way earlier. We talked about the river vision that had been established by Fred. So, the tandem effort of the jungle support of Bryant means that they're able to find a proactive play and get 2 kills. That's 1 out of the Olaf, 1 under your Ezreal. And I was talking in draft like Ezreal would be behind. Well, shoot, Fred, Rome, he is ahead right now and feeling very good about his position in this game.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely, you know, you look at it, he's going to be able to back. Let's see exactly what he's going to be able to get right here. Oh, yeah, definitely going to be well ahead of that Caitlyn for now. And, yeah, definitely going to be...
He's chilling.
Yeah, big chilling right now. And, I mean, really everyone on this entire team is big chilling. I mean, even if you look at the Victor in mid lane, gonna be vibing out against this Swain. And I mean, right now everyone pretty much has a lead on this side of Bryant.
And importantly, no one is ahead on JWU. The lanes are not going as in favor of JWU as I expected in draft, which means that the 5v5 is still very realistic for Bryant. Now, you know, 40 minutes, it gets hard, right? And the Dragon being taken, that's nice for JWU. Good pickup by them. But again, we talked about that early. Herald being traded back. So 1-for-1 in objectives, I think, actually favors Bryant here. And to go back to my point about the 5v5, outside of super late in the game, you know, if we're talking about like the 15-minute, the 20-minute 5-on-5, no one on JW is ahead right now, which means that Bryant can still just run at you. The Olaf will still be a menace. The Yone will still be a menace. The Ezreal will still be a menace. And the Swain and the Caitlyn have not really come online the way I expected.
Yeah, I mean, really, they probably won't until, you know, that mid-game scenario where they start to be able to really do some serious burst damage. And I mean, right now, I mean, the Victor's just going to be hanging out in mid, relaxing. It's really just going to be about the scale game, in my opinion, for this Bryant roster at this point. You can see right now, oh man, Mr. Magic Sheep is going to be caught out, and that is going to be extremely unfortunate. Mr. Magic Sheep is going to get taken down in the mid. That's going to be Minor Dude going to be able to pick up a big kill. 2-2 in the kill feed right now. This game is pretty even between these two squads.
But that's huge. Swain needed that kill. His team needed him to get that kill. And Mr. Magic Sheep, twice in a row now, he's made that same play. Hold that thought.
And this is going to be another kill potentially coming. Oh, my goodness. Puppy barely able to live, but is going to get taken out eventually. That Olaf is going to be trading away his life. Minor Dude's going to be able to pick up another kill. Now, this is a problem. I mean, the Swain is 2-0 now. This is a Swain.
I mean, we just talked about no one being ahead. Now you've got a massive Swain. That is exactly what JWU needed. Huge plays in the mid side. But again, as I was saying, Mr. Magic Sheep, we've seen this mistake twice in a row from him. His jungler is not playing towards the bottom side, and yet he tries to ward bottom anyway.
Oh my goodness. And that is what happens when you go directly into a trap. And yeah, wow, good gravy. That was a lot of damage coming out from that Caitlyn Morgana, and that is just what can be so volatile about that duo, is that they can blow you up in a hurry and still be very, very defensive, as they turn that one around very, very quickly. But Ho-Ho, you might need to go away from here, because this, I mean, this Olaf is going to be trying to dive here. He's got the Rift Herald as well, and they're going to be getting all these plates, and I see no reason why you wouldn't dive this. I see zero reason.
I agree. I think Olaf wins the one-on-one in the Death Realm, even with the turret there. They're going for it.
Yeah, they are going to be going for it. Yone goes down. Oh, no. No way.
Wow.
I got to be honest. I mean, Ho-Ho didn't even ult. Like, did he ult?
He did. He ulted the Yone, but the
okay. I was about to say.
CJ needed to let Wasting take aggro. He was the high HP one. That way, CJ doesn't die immediately in the Death Realm.
I was about to say, he was only in the Death Realm for like 2 seconds. Like, that was so quick. Like,
yeah. But the stolen stats were huge. It meant that Ho-Oh was so tanky, and so the Olaf couldn't finish it off after.
Yeah.
Bryant all of a sudden botching a bunch of plays. Mr. Magic Sheep, stop warding bottom river!
Oh, man. And now Miner is going to be able to pick up another kill. 3-0-1 on this Swain. You said you haven't seen the Swain come alive. Guess what? The Swain is very much alive and well, very healthy in the mid lane, as this Victor starting to get terrorized.
Oh, man, Magic Sheep just again and again warding the bottom river. Gets killed one more time. And Bryant, after a nice early game, again, they're really struggling around this 10-minute mark. All 3 games. But, you know, to talk about what we talked about in draft, the scaling's not really there for them this time, I think. They have great scaling, but their composition is so awkward. This Olaf is going to fall off massively. And, you know, as soon as I said JWU didn't have anyone that was ahead, everyone has gotten kills on their team since then.
Yeah, literally everyone. And I mean, now, oh man, if they can trap this Morg, oh my goodness, what a great play coming out. And that's the turn. That's a great turn coming out, and that's going to be a double kill. Oh my goodness, talk about the synergy coming out from Fred and Walshy. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was exactly what they needed to. JWU, they think they got a kill on Leona, but Ezreal, when he's untouched, he's got an Essence Reaver. He is doing damage. Walshy ends up picking up the double after Fred flashes out, and the re-engage, to give Fred some credit there, was really nice. The confidence to go back in. So JWU, they give up something on the bottom side. Bryant, they finally punch back, but make no mistake, JWU still ahead in this game.
Yeah, most definitely are they going to be able to pick up Miner. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
No lilting lullaby.
Yeah, not going to be going in either. Miner's still going to hang on to this 300 bounty. You got the Ezreal with a 400 bounty, though, the biggest on the map. So with this dragon looking like it's about to head over toward the side of Bryant. And I take that back. They're actually not going to go for the dragon right now, surprisingly.
Oh, they're not, which is, I agree, surprising. They don't really have the most control, and I think it's because their bot lane reset that they end up not going for it. But one dragon has only been taken at nearly 14 minutes now. Definitely not the same pace of neutral objectives that we saw in the first 2 games. Now with their priority, it seems that JWU, they want to set up around it, but the team fight is not necessarily in their favor. Remember, one of their most fed members, the Mordekaiser, is not here. And this Olaf is still stronger than Lilia at this point in the game. He's got the Core Drinker completed. Lilia's still working on that Rift Maker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right now. The fact that this Mordekaiser is getting pretty tanky as well. I mean, he definitely is probably not having the best day up top.
Whoa, that's aggressive.
That is very aggressive. Is it going to pay off? It looks like no. That is not going to be the case whatsoever. The Leona is going to be eaten.
And Ho-Ho TP'd for nothing.
Yeah.
Are they going to try to re-engage?
They are. They have no choice at this point.
Got Ezreal.
Yeah, he did get Ezreal. Oh, man, is he going to be able to lock him down? Yes, big. And that's going to be a huge shutdown. If they can turn this into a drag, I mean, that's worth it.
Okay, so it's not a TP for nothing, but they're not going to get it.
Yeah,
Wasting.
I was about to say, the Lily is already gone. That's going to be Olaf going in, getting the free kill. And they might as well fight this. You already got the drag. You turned it around. You might as well do it. And that's going to be a very dead Caitlyn coming in. Oh, my goodness. Are they going to be able to pick up the Mord? No, it looks like Mord's going to be able to get out with his life. Double kill for Swain. Yet again, I mean, JW coming out on top of that one, but they did lose the dragon, so I don't... Oh, man, this game is so even.
Oh, it is so even. I admire the confidence on Bryant to re-engage that fight. CJ picking the 1v1. Not going to kill him. Just going to be forced to walk away. And I admire the confidence of the re-engage, but maybe misguided confidence. They go into their graves. They get the dragon, and they get top tier 1 uncontested on the top side. I think overall, this play was a 3 for 4 in favor of JWU, but critically, they got a 600 gold shutdown off the Ezreal. Meanwhile, the objectives were always taken by Bryant. Like you said, I think it's pretty damn even as the dust settles. Gold minorly favoring JWU, but pressure minorly favoring Bryant. But what we really got to keep our eyes on is the solo laners. 4-0-2 for Ho-Ho. He now has a Rift Maker. And 5-0-2 for Minor Dude. That is a triple Rift Maker composition. Woo. They are all online.
Yeah, that is an interesting one. Now, I want to see if they're going to be able to counter this on the other side. I mean, the Olaf and the Leona
2 levels up
might be able to get pretty tanky. Yeah, that Swain is just absolutely massive.
Fred?
Zolt does come out from Fred, but that is not going to be a very good one. This Fred's going to be dropping at the hands of Laladay. And, oh, man, now this mid lane, that one's going to be dropping as well to this Rift Herald. I don't know, man. This squad in JW, I mean, they're starting to... Ooh, man, you got to be careful there. But you're starting to really see this team turn the tides. But the question is, we've seen this team here before. Like, they had a way bigger lead last game. So the fact that they have a slight lead this game, I mean, I'm not going to chalk it up to too much right now.
Yeah, I still think compositionally they're in a better position than game number 1. But I do agree. We've seen that they can throw leads before. And we've seen that Bryant, they can fight back. Now, Fred, if he keeps engaging 2v2, could make the game difficult. Oh, the prediction's not there, puppy. I like that attempt. Now wasting. Just gonna make his presence felt and walk on out.
Yeah, let him know. Listen, you want to mess with my ADC, you got to deal with me too. You know, simple as that.
Saying, end my axe.
Ooh, yeah.
Giving it to the Fellowship. Lord of the Rings reference.
Lord of the Rings, man. One of the great series of our time, you know?
Oh boy! Now he's giving his axe to a red buff. Either way, both teams just gonna farm it out. It is JWU. You know, Bryant, they strike back in the dragon and topside play where the kills were given over, so it sort of goes even. But JWU, they bring the Herald to the mid lane, they get the kill in the bottom lane, and they maintain their lead. So they are in the driver's seat. And the Olaf will start to fall off. As this game progresses, he's sort of reaching the peak of his power right around now. So I think this dragon fight in a minute 30 will really be telling of where the game goes. If Bryant can win another big fight and maybe take a handle on this game, I can see them pulling it out. But if JWU wins handily, I think they'll just close it out.
I mean, yeah, I could definitely see that happening for sure. I mean, I want to see this Victor actually get an item first because, you know, has the Oblivion Orb to stop that healing, but I mean, you got to need to build something. So I guess he's just saving up. It's been a while since he's back, so he's just going to be saving up for good for now. I mean, that's going to be a lot of money that he needs. It was like 1750 that he's going to need in order to get an item off of that.
Yeah, he's got the no magic mantle as well. Like, that's so many like garage sale type items. I do think it is 1750 for the... No, it's 1900, I think, for the...
Is it 19 for Ludens or... Yeah.
For Ludens, yeah. It's 1900, so that is a lot of gold. Now, I'm sure he has some of it, but definitely Mr. Magic Sheep not really building towards his mythic, going for some defense, some anti-heal. I think that's smart. Either way, I also think I actually don't want to see a Ludens this game. I feel like this is definitely a Leandry's angle if you are the victor.
Really? You think they're tanky enough to go Leandry's?
There's going to be a lot of HP built between the Swain, the Lilia, and the Mordekaiser, so yeah. You are the only AP threat, though, so you can get away with going Pen, because no one should be building MR.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Whoa, that's going to be a big chunk. coming out onto that Morgana, and now that Morg is kind of low, I mean, if you can find a way to pick off the Morg early in the fight, that could be absolutely huge because we know how big the Morgs can be. And I mean, now they're poisoning themselves for this drag. That Morg Q is going to miss as well.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Olaf is going to get pretty low.
Empty.
Came up very empty as that's going to be a big ultimate going to be coming out. They are going to be able to lock down two. My goodness, two dropping. And finally, the Ezreal is going to go down as well, but it's looking like the side of JWU are just going to be a little bit too much to handle. They're going to be able to knock down 4, leaving only Mr. Magic up. And my goodness, I mean, the way that they just turned that one around, they're going to be getting this dragon feeling oh so good.
JWU poising themselves to win their first game of the series. Ho-Ho, he finds the Ezreal and he crushes the fight. It doesn't matter that Puppy Cat came up empty on the flash ult. Mr. Magic Sheep gonna drop in the mid as well. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, looks like not is definitely gonna be the case. I mean, shout out to Mr. Magic Sheep being able to get out of there. But I mean, either way, this Bryant roster, I think that they just got a wake up call, if you ask me.
I agree, and I think it's just the same story of draft. Their team doesn't have enough damage to deal with this Mordekaiser and Swain. They're way too fed for them to ever really die. I mean, your Ezreal, yeah, he's got 2 items, but he's got the QSS finally, but I think it's too little too late. You're only 2,000 gold behind, but I just feel like your composition, it's going to start falling off. This Olaf has reached the peak of his usefulness.
That's a bold statement. Reached the peak of his usefulness. Oh. Was that what I think it is? It was. That was a Caitlyn too.
That is big, yeah.
That is literally the most important flash on your team. And now you have only 1 flash on your team in Sakura for the next, 2 minutes? Like, wow, that's actually really big. So, oh man, I want to see who's getting. Are Bryant gonna? Obviously, they don't know, but are they gonna be able to really make a playoff of this? Because that could be big. Right now, CJ gonna be in a 1v2 up top, and 1v2 against a Mord and a Lilia are not gonna be an easy day at the office. As Ho-Ho is gonna be 6-0-4 now, picking up another kill, adding more insult to injury.
Ho-Ho is level 14. That is absurd. And you know, the great part is they can leave their Morgana to clear mid because she has Leandries. It's one of the benefits of Morgana support, and means that there's no response for Bryant. And I think, to answer your question, no, I don't think Bryant will be able to find anything off of that because they're just too far behind. I don't think that JWU will give them a bad team fight right now. They can just start the Baron.
Wow.
Bryant, no. This is risky.
I mean, even if they do know, what really can they do about it at this point? I mean, you see the Leona there. See the Olaf there as well. It looks like they are going to be deciding to challenge this one to go in. And the Olaf's going in. Oh my gosh, no. He didn't get it though. And that's going to be massive. It's going to be huge even as they are able to get the... They got the Morgana. Oh my goodness. They're able to get the shutdown on the Swain as well. Oh no. What is this Leona going to be able to do? Is she going to be able to chase down? Are they going to get mid? Yeah, they're definitely going to get mid. I mean, they've got 3 down. 30 seconds. Oh man, that... Did it just happen again?
Yeah, that's huge! JWU, I admire their confidence to go for that play, but you can't just stick the Baron against an Ezreal. The AoE damage was massive.
Oh,
and man,
no.
wasting so close on getting maybe a game-ending steal. So JWU, they still have the Baron on 2, and they get the Baron gold, but the shutdown gold as well as the tower definitely means that's an advantageous play for Bryant. And not only that, it takes the Baron actually off the map. So JWU now is not going to be able to use Baron, like a cleaner Baron play to snowball, because they've already eaten into their Baron time. They only have it on 2 members, so Bryant definitely coming out ahead in this play.
I mean, most definitely. I mean, Bryant are going to be feeling absolutely immaculate after that. And I mean, this might be a similar situation to game number 2, in all honesty. I mean, Bryant were down, but mistakes like that could be massive. They got the shutdown on the Swain too, so I mean, they're definitely going to be feeling very, very good. Not exactly sure who got the shutdown on the Swain, but...
It was Walshies on the Ezreal.
Ow.
And Olaf got the Mordekaiser too. It's basically like the 2 best case scenarios. Maybe you would have preferred one on Victor, but mean, I don't think you're going to complain too much.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a very good scenario for this roster. And 45 seconds left. You can see they're already poising for this Baron right here. And I mean, rightfully so. If they get this one, start to rack up these Infernals. It's going to be that Fabled Infernal Soul is able to get... Yeah.
Ooh, that Swirl Seed was really close to being huge there. But, well, she's able to dodge that one out. Just takes big damage from the Caitlyn. Well, they got him anyway.
Ooh, yes, they did. And this might be a huge situation for this JW roster. If I'm the side of Brian, I'm trying to get out of here expeditiously. As well, she's going to need to flash out of this one. Fred's able to get out.
In the side lanes.
Yeah. Oh, Yone and Victor. They're both pushing in the side. Now this is the question. What do? Do you back off, go for the drag? Oh, my God. Are they going to give up their base for the drag? They can't.
That's TP. That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
Now Mordekaiser can't join the fight.
Yeah, and now the TP for the Victor and the Yone are both still up, so they can just TP to Dragon. Yeah, they can TP straight to Dragon. All they need is a ward.
They're going to die.
Oh, my goodness. If Olaf gets the steal, the game is going to turn all on its head. Right now, Olaf's going to be going in, and he's going to be able to get it. That's going to be huge for the side of Bryant. Now it's going to be all guns blazing from here, as they're going to be able to take out Sakura. Puppy's going to be running for his dearest life. As my goodness, Miner, dude, you need to stay alive right here, right now. And here's comes the re-engage. That's going to be the Leone ultimate coming out, and that's going to be Walshy getting a huge kill, and Walshy is online, ladies and gentlemen. Holiday is able to pick up one, but how much more is that going to be able to turn into? It doesn't look like much is right here, right now. Oh, my God, Holiday with a snipe from downtown. Going to be able to pick off a huge Yone. That right there was a massive kill. Oh, my goodness. But either way, oh, my God, is this Ezreal? Yup. That's what an Ezreal looks like with Essence Reaver. That is absolutely a tear. He's got to get over. Yep, get over the wall. You're good to go. Ezreal, you got to get out.
Still, I think.
Got to get out. Is he going to get out? No, he's not. Okay, these shutdowns are coming in left, right, and center. This is absolutely incredible to watch.
Slow.
The 4-kill game. One at a time. Why not? This is League of Legends.
Oh, my word. What an insane sequence of events. So, JWU, they want to use their remaining Baron to power play down mid, but Bryant, they call the bluff, and where it really turned was Ho-Ho TPing top in an attempt to save the top tier 2. He does successfully do so, but it means that Bryant can pincer in around Dragon. One thing leads to another. It's a lot of kills being shared back and forth, but Bryant, they got the Dragon, as well as, I think, favorable kills. It might have been even. Either way, the game goes back to even. 400 gold separates these two teams at 28 minutes. JWU, you have to win this game or you lose the series.
Yeah, I mean,
Baron now spawning in a minute 20. They are throwing haymakers at each other here in the NECC.
Yeah, their season is literally on the line right here, right now. And if this Yone can spot out the Lily... no. Wasn't able to spot her. I was about to say, she had no mana. That would have been very troublesome, but good gravy. Look at Walshy. He is just farming up a storm.
Fed is Sorelda's now? I mean, that is a turbo fed at ADC.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, I don't think anything's going to be stopping him.
It's risky.
It's risky, but already getting a lot of damage out on Ho-Ho. And Ho-Ho might be dropping straight up. I mean, listen, that's going to be a nice stun coming out. And yeah, Ho-Ho does drop. And I mean, this team right now, they've got to deal with the Ezreal. If they can't lock down this Ezreal, they're going to all die. Straight up. They're going to all die, and that's going to be another dead Miner, dude. Sakura's dropping as well.
Is that game?
This game is over. They're going to end through the bot. Lola Day is going to be dropping. Bryant, you have just secured yourself a championship. This is the grand finals, and Bryant's got their name written all over it.
Bryant, in the moment of truth, they just run down the solo laners in the side while she's doing the damage waste and cannot die. I said the Olaf had reached the peak of his usefulness, and you know what? I was damn wrong. They're pushing in the top. They're pushing in the bot. They're still dead for 20 seconds. I think Bryant might just be able to end this game.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, right now they are going to have the minions coming in. I mean, these players are going to be... They're just going to fight this.
I was going to try.
Are they just going to fight this? No, they're not. No way they're going to wait. They're too low.
Look at the damage. I think they could try, but no, they're going to play it respectfully.
Yeah. I mean...
Mr. Magic Sheep.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes you just got to put your foot down. This is the championship. In situations like that, I'm sorry. I'm doing everything I can to end the game. You're going to have to stop me from hitting your base.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think it's fair to say Bryant is more conservative than both of us when it comes to ending games,
100%.
Rome. But you know what? Their en route to probably a pretty quick 3-0 in the grand finals, so I don't think we can fault them too much.
Oh, I mean, whatsoever. They're playing absolutely incredible right now. Bryant, the fact that they've been able to come back in this game, and now they have a 5,000 gold lead, like, that is just massive. They have really accumulated such a huge advantage really out of nowhere. So big props to this Bryant roster who understand that right now all they got to do is poise themselves for that Baron, situate themselves in mid, and potentially get a nice team fight. While she's going to be eating a big chunk of damage right here, still going to be able to give out a bunch of damage. Oh, they can go in off that. That ward is going to be extremely low. A couple players are extremely low right now, but as the side waves are going to be pushing in, they are able to get down to Ezreal. This could be a big turn coming out for JWU. And right here, right now, I mean, if things start to land, JWU could be looking pretty good as Victor is going to be walking down. And yeah, I mean, JWU, this is all them. I mean, Victor's late to the party. Should have kept splitting in the side. You're way too late at this point. And now, I mean, I don't know what the Victor is going to do at this point. All you can do is really stop the Baron, as they're going to need to back.
He has teleport. He might be able to TP and end the game, but Ho-Ho's backing.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to end the game. They're going to get the dragon, not going to be able to get the Baron. He should have just split. He literally should have just split. He was so late. Why would he walk? He just walked all the way from the inhib all the way to the river.
Oh, no, he's going to die.
I don't think he's going to die. Oh, he might die.
I think he is. Yeah. It's 2v1.
Yeah, just walk toward the base.
You have to buy time. You have to buy time for your team to respawn. They might be able to get something out of it while he tries to kite.
Yep, the dragon. They could actually get the dragon. Look at the Ezreal. If the Ezreal goes straight there, the Caitlyn's nowhere near it. I mean, listen, they're not near that dragon. How close is the Lily to that dragon? I gotta know. They got it. They got it.
But they might be able to get something big. They're pushing up the wave. He's just buying so much time. I mean, what an insanely messy turn of events. It was first Walshy's getting picked off by the Mord. I didn't actually see how, but he got put into melee range of the Mordekaiser and couldn't get out. So Walshy's dropped and meant that the damage was gone, but Mr. Magic Sheep bought so much time that LWU doesn't actually get jack for it. I mean, they get a dragon, but at this point, I don't think it's going to go late enough for Soul to be a problem. That's still another 5 minutes away. Yeah. They don't get the Baron, and Bryant gets control over mid anyway.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Bryant, they are putting on a great show. Oh, man, Puppy barely going to get out of there using the Blast Cone, but oh, man, I mean, as you stated, this squad right here, they are looking scary, to say the least. The fact that they've been able to turn the tide so easily twice now in this series. Big question is are they going to be able to win it right here? Oh, Whoa. This might be the engage that they were looking for. It's wasting.
So 4v5.
Going to be wasting no time whatsoever. And yeah, it is a 4v4 for now. I mean, Lilia and the Victor are both out. Zacher is going to be dropped. Why did you flash there? But either way, going to be going back. Going to be regenning up, going back to the fountain. And now this is going to be Bryant just pushing into the mid. And you can see that Victor creeping down that mid lane. And still has that TP as well. Could definitely TP to one of these supers in this bot lane once it starts to hit that base. And yeah, I mean, hey, if you're going to use it wisely. That's a very wise one coming out. Nothing's going to be able to stop this tower from going down. And now
to go. They're going to get trip inhibbed.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They have to go right here, right now, or else your season is over. Bryant's going to be going in, and it's now or never. As guess what? That's going to be Leona going to be getting out. And oh my goodness, Lola Day is going to be able to take out Magic, but that's going to be a return fire. And oh my goodness, the trades are going to be coming out.
Look at Walshy.
Leona's dropping as well. Wasting takes out another. Lillian picks up two. Walshy's got to get out with his life. It's a 1v3 scenario. I thought for a second that Brian were good to go, but the fact that there was so much sustain coming in, and also nobody really locked down the Swain. The Swain really just went to town right there. And anytime you don't have a Swain getting locked down, it's going to be an issue. Is this Ezreal going to stay? I mean, really you should. Like, really you should stay here and press the issue, in my opinion, and potentially try to get this inhib again. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but no, it looks like they are going to be contesting it. Unfortunate, because I really thought that this was the end. I thought Bryant were going to be doing it right there.
I mean, Miner Dude was just untouched, as you say, in that fight, and then It was split. Victor got soloed out by Caitlyn on the side, which denied a huge amount of AoE damage. So even though CJ and Wasting were doing a lot in the middle of the team, they're not strong enough as just the two of them to win the fight on their own. And it does mean that LWU, they live to fight another day. While she's wasn't able to do quite enough in that one. 9, 4, and 6 on this res reel. He is his team's carry. Finally has his mythic item, Eclipse 4th item. He's doing so incredibly much. That is a complete Mercurial Scimitar. That is a full build as Soul now. I said it might not go the next 5 minutes. Well, we're almost there. A minute and a half until it spawns. Baron has been on the map for quite a few of those now.
I don't know who's gonna win.
35 minutes in. Season on the line.
I have no idea who's going to win right now. Like, I almost feel like a backdoor coming in from Bryant would be their best bet. But, like I don't know. Like, oh, no way. No way. If they get this pick, that's going to be huge. Mr. Magic Sheep, you can't get picked again. You've been the one getting picked all day long for this roster. Barely able to live, and no, he's going to drop. Finally, but is it going to be enough to finally bottleneck them all into this one area? The Ezreal's going crazy. Walshy's going huge. Walshy needs to keep this going. He needs to pick up another one. He is able to get a double kill. That's a double kill coming in for the Caitlyn as well. Can Walshy get another one? He got the triple. That's going to be huge.
No,
oh my goodness. Triple for triple. Missed his flash. He is going to be able to get out for now. Got to be able to heal up right here. Is going to be able to heal up with these autos. He is able to get out as well. And that's perfect Ezreal play coming out from Walshy. Incredible play, saving his team's season. Literally one play at a time.
Oh my word, the two-shot barrage, no way. Okay.
Where was
that going? He's not gonna get anyone. Dragon in 30 seconds. Everybody's still dead for it. It means that it's probably gonna be LW's Dragon. Double TP is available for the side of Bryant as well as a TP for Miner, dude. These team fights, it literally comes down to can Walshy's hit. If Walshy's hits, Bryant wins. If he can't hit, then LWU wins. What an unbelievable turn of events that is unfolding. Game 3, Bryant, they're up 2-0. They just need one team fight. One team fight to win the grand finals, but LWU, they won't give it to them.
I mean, right now, JW are absolutely just staying in this one right now. And now with this Dragon going down, are they going to be able to get it quickly? It's down to 50. Oh, no. Wasting's on it. And they get it now. Oh my goodness, are they going to be able to take him out? Yone going big, and that is a Yone problem on the map, as they're going to be able to take out 2. The Mord should be dropping as well, and this might be all she wrote, as they're going to be able to pick up 4, and the only person that's going to be left is Laladay, and Laladay, it's not going to be a holiday for you, as you're going to need to go back to the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, and figure out a way to check out early, because right now it's going to be Bryant University looking to end your stay.
Bryant Bulldogs in game 3. It was back and forth just like game 1, but they have won their fight. 30 seconds until anyone's alive. Can Laladay stall this one out? He gets 1.
And he's able to get, oh my goodness, the damage coming out from Laladay. He's able to get 2. That's not going to be enough. I mean, listen, Sakura's going to be up in 6 seconds. Are they just going to focus down this tower? I think that's the best case. Focus it down, make sure Sakura isn't going to be able to get nothing, and no, it's not going to be the case. Just dodge the Q and you're good to go, and that's exactly what they're able to do. And they're able to focus it down, and Bryant are going to be your champions.
What an insane series in the grand finals of Emergence Yellow in the NECC. The Bryant Bulldogs, they are the team that prevails at the end of the day. And you know, Rome, that may have been a 3-0. But damn, that did not feel like a 3-0.
It didn't feel like it at all. Felt like a 3-2 that went the distance, man. Shout out to this squad in Bryant and JW. I mean, they both put on an absolute show today, but really it was just Bryant that just edged them out in every single game, just barely turned the tides in that mid game. And I mean, my goodness, the end of that game right there was absolutely phenomenal.
It was just insane. What a crazy turn of events. I mean, we were both in agreement. We had no idea who was going to win that game. The fights were so close. You know, game 1 was back and forth because somebody would like completely smash a fight and then someone else would completely smash it. This game was close because every fight was like 3 for 4. Like everyone just wanted to die.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this was just absolutely ridiculous. I got to be completely honest. Like this right here was the definition of a grand finals, in my opinion. One team ended up showing their dominance completely, but it did not feel like a straight up dominating performance outright. I mean, it might have been a 3-0, but if you look at the series and say, oh, okay, it was a 3-0, that is not going to be telling the story whatsoever, as we said.
Definitely not. And you know, credit to the JWU. You came out and you played a great series. Game 2 didn't really go your way, but game 1 and 3, they were close. They were competitive.
Yeah.
Just 1 or 2 plays that go your way, it becomes a different story. But hey, Bryant Bulldogs, they managed to do it.
Yeah, precisely. So, I mean, listen, shout out to them for being able to be your champions. But listen, we are not done here today. We are going to be having more matches of League of Legends going down, more NECC action for you all right here today. We are going to be having a quick interview first of all. So let's go ahead and toss that in. I think we are ready for the interview as well. I think we are good to go. No. All right. We are almost good to go for the interview. So once we are good to go with that, then we will we'll go ahead and get that thing started. Hello and welcome back to the NECC Grand Finals. And man, we just got done with it. It was a 3-0, but guess what? It felt like anything but that. And we now have an interview with one of the players. We actually have CJ coming in to talk to us about this incredible win. CJ, I got to ask you, man, how you feeling right now? CJ, how are you feeling right now? I don't know if you can hear us right now for the Bulldogs. How are you feeling?
Not too good, honestly. That last game didn't really feel like a win to me, but I'm happy we won. So, I'll take it.
Okay, fair enough. I guess my question to you, is, after, you say you don't feel all that great. I mean, it's got to feel good, to wrap up this entire season, though, with a victory, getting that championship. So I guess, how does it feel to be the champions of the whole season, if not just that game?
I mean, it feels great. We've worked, a lot on this. So, definitely glad that it paid off and we didn't do this all for nothing. So, yeah.
I do think it is funny that you mention, of course, that last game, that last game, game three, and then also game one. Those two games were really back and forth. So I'm super curious to know, what are your guys' comms looking like in this high pressure grand final scenario?
Well, a lot of it is we're just trying to not have our ADC tilt. So, we're just trying to keep him in the game as long as we can. And, just the comms are kind of just like, guys, we can still win this. We scale, so don't worry about it. And yeah, we just chillax and yeah, we just outscale.
Nice. So my question to you is, what's the biggest thing that you learned as a player, and what's the biggest takeaway that you had, coming away from this season?
Um, I guess that League of Legends can be pretty fun, is what I would say. There's better things than solo queue out there, so I'm just glad we had a fun time and I met a lot of great people this year. So I'm happy for that.
Yeah, and now I'm curious. You've won the grand finals, and correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this is your first year. So, what's next? You've won the grand finals. What are we looking at in years 2, 3, and 4?
I can't really speak for myself because unfortunately I'm not going to be playing for Bryant next year, but I know they could win without me. So championships the next 3 years, probably.
Oh,
Fair enough. Fair
beautiful.
enough, man. Well, hey, listen, it was awesome chatting with you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Congratulations. Go enjoy yourself. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how old you are. I was about to say go pop something, but I don't know how old you are, so I'm not going to go say do that. You know what I'm saying? So listen, I hope you enjoy your night, regardless of whatever that looks like. You know what I'm saying? Go enjoy yourself. Have a root beer. How about that? That kind of beer. Have a root beer, if anything. Definitely enjoy yourself for the night. But again, props to you, salute to you, and congratulations to Bryant.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, listen, Hawk, I gotta ask you, man. Listen, how you feeling after hearing the interview? You hear that they feel pretty good, feel pretty confident, but they understand that game right there, that game three, it wasn't exactly as pretty as they wanted it to be.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it was entertaining for us. That's all I'm saying. And I mean, you guys made it fun for us. So thank you guys so much. Congratulations, of course, CJ, and to the rest of Bryant. You guys are the Emergence Yellow champions. I do believe we will be tossing it over briefly to the commissioner of the NECC, Jacob. So be sure to stay tuned.
CJ, I am Jacob. It is a pleasure to meet you virtually. I'm about half an hour, 35 minutes north of you guys up here in Massachusetts. Just wanted to say congratulations. True pleasure to watch you guys compete. It's your third title down there at Bryant University. You defend your championship here tonight. And you know what these look like. Going to get one of these in the mail to you guys. And I just wanted to say on behalf of everybody here at the NECC, certainly congratulations. Awesome performance here tonight.
Thank you.
That's CJ. That's Bryant. Another title. They defend their championship here tonight in a impressive 3-0 victory, although they had to earn it, that's for sure. So we congratulate them. We're going to take a timeout. We get set for our next matchup tonight, which takes us to our Challengers Yellow Division. It'll be top-seeded Juniata taking on Ottawa in that one. That's coming up in about probably about 15 minutes or so from right now. So we congratulate Bryant once again. We invite you to stay tuned as the action rolls on. And in the meantime, you want to head on over to the B stream. We've got action over there, over on NECC2. Jacob and Ryan, we'll talk to you in a little bit. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you right here on NECC.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us tonight. We have the second series of the night between the Juniata Eagles and U Ottawa Gray. Now, this is a bit of a rematch scenario, and it's taken the entire season to build to this point, where in week one, these two teams faced off, and it was the Eagles getting the better of U Ottawa Gray. So now, in the finals, can U Ottawa Gray get their revenge? But first, bringing you the second series is myself, Sarah Stims, and I am joined by the fantastic Fustrious, who's going to bring some awesome play-by-play tonight.
What's going on, guys? Let me tell you, I'm very, very excited to get into this game. U Ottawa, as a team I'm very fond of. I live right nearby. I did go to Carleton, however, still much love for their school. It looks like we're going to head straight into draft here, Alex. What are we expecting to see here?
Oh, we're going to see some spicy picks most likely because, well, patch day has recently happened, so teams are feeling out the new patch right now. I know Swain had a mini rework, but really at this stage, it's going to be comfort picks. And we do have, I believe it is U Ottawa on blue side with the Eagles on red side. And getting right into the ban phase, we do see the Udyr, Vigar, Volibear, and Jarvan, and the Soraka being banned out so far, with the final ban of the first phase being Yasuo. So definitely some utility and scaling picks being taken away with that first pick, Shen.
Well, yeah, Shen is actually an excellent pick here. One thing I love about Shen is it adds a lot of variety into what sort of skirmishes happen around the map post-6. Similar to Twisted Fate in that regard, having that ultimate. We see Viego coming out as well, and Graves, both very good junglers. And Wukong top, which I actually don't see very often. I would assume that is a Wukong top unless something changed this patch. And the Syndra Rise, wow.
Yeah, so now this is going in draft order where they've done draft law prior than this. But still, it's my first time seeing these picks. So Rise has always been a fairly steady mid laner, at least at the competitive level. And Syndra, well, if you're good at playing with your balls, you can definitely blow someone up and deliver that critical load. But it really is going to be the Wukong top, which is definitely not a pick I see too much of. But when there's monkey business to be had, Wukong is the best one for it.
Yep, definitely a little bit of monkey business going on, but I respect it. He's going to be doing a ton of damage in the top lane. We see the bot lane sort of come together here. I mean, Jinx is still super arcane buff, top tier AD carry. Ashe brand is quite potent as well. I mean, you get hit by the Ashe arrow and then the brand stun, and you're like, oh no, I'm on fire, I'm frozen, and it's all over after that. So I feel like the way this bot lane is going to go is sort of pre-6. You're going to have a bit of a Jinx favored matchup, and then post-6, it's going to be very, you don't want to get hit by that Ashe arrow or else you are 100% dead. So bot lane is definitely the lane to watch, especially post-6.
Yeah, post-6, I would absolutely agree with you there, especially with the Renata Glass there. Can you just imagine turning the Ashe against their team, having those annoying slows now work for you? That would just be such an absolute critical time, especially with that hostile takeover, and would just allow Jinx to run rampant there. We already saw how powerful Jinx is with the LCS finals, with Danny getting an amazing pentakill there. So hopefully Sao M here can do just as good of a job piloting this Jinx and carry the side of U Ottawa to victory. Now, Fustrious, I do have to ask, and I'm asking this early. Based on your limited knowledge of these two teams, how would you predict the series to go? Who is going to win the finals?
Well, U Ottawa did lose to them in week 1, so that's sort of a point towards them. They also have the Jinx, though, which means that U Ottawa, I feel like, has a bit of a higher chance of winning because Jinx is just absolutely broken. But then again, Ashe brand is just really, really capable of shutting the Jinx down. Oh gosh, overall, I think it's in the overall in the draft. I think U Ottawa has the advantage just because they have the Syndra, which can give the Jinx the first reset, and after that happens, I mean, I don't think the Eagles have anything to really counter that. So I'm going to give this one. My prediction is U Ottawa wins this one.
U Ottawa wins game 1. Okay. I can definitely get on board with that prediction as well, at least for game 1, because Well, it doesn't seem like there's many gap closers on the side of the Eagles right now. And so if Syndra lands Scout of the Week stud, Jinx has an easy follow-up, Super Mega Death Rocket. And also, when you don't have the dashes, the escapes, it's easy to be punished by any form of CC. And also, it feels like the Eagles have a little bit of a weaker front line overall. It depends if the Graves does more of a bruiser build, and if the Wukong builds more bruiser tanky. But normally, I see Wukongs opt into damage because they want to bop someone with the stick and hopefully bop them real good until they're 6 feet under.
And one thing that's interesting, the Shen pick I think is fantastic because it really does counteract the potency of the Brand Ash combo, because the Shen shield is so massive that you can actually get your AD carry out of there and get those squishies out of there before they end up dying. And you can really turn a fight. I mean, as soon as those abilities are used where the Brand tries to follow up, but then, oh, here comes Shen, and then you have a nice counter stun from Syndra or something, the team fights are definitely in U Ottawa's favor. So I do love their draft so far. However, if U Ottawa gets caught out by that Ash arrow too many times, that's definitely what the win condition for the Eagles is going to be that Ash arrow. So just don't get caught out.
I agree with you there. Not being caught out by CC is always critical, and being able to layer your CC on top of one another is absolutely wonderful as well. Now, Jinx was recently hit with nerfs in this patch as well, but that was aimed at the elite or pro level of play, so I don't quite know how that will affect this tier of gameplay, though it is still very competitive. We're not quite at the pro level. But that said, just looking at the drafts, it does feel like U Ottawa has a bit better of a cohesive team composition that they can play into. A little bit clearer win conditions. And the Shen actually was last rotation on blue side, so there was virtually no way for the Eagles to counterpick it. Because normally we do see the Nocturne come out, which can just shut off the lights. If Shen can't see his target, he can't ult save them. So Shen should have a fairly easy time, because the only way that he gets knocked out of his ultimate is with a Wukong ultimate. And I think that will be a very close interaction to watch. But we're going to have to wait until we get into the game to actually see how it goes.
I'm actually very curious how that lane matchup goes topside. I feel like Shen, if he can time his immunity to auto attacks correctly, and he dodges the pull from Wukong, or the pull from Wukong, I should say, he does win the trade. But if he doesn't time it properly, or Wukong some way psychs him out, I feel like the trade can really go into Wukong's favor. And when Wukong gets ahead, oh me, oh my, especially with Divine Sunderer, it's like, man, this one dangerous monkey, that's for sure. He's more of a gorilla at that point. Just 200 pounds of pure muscle.
Yep. When Wukong gets rolling, he definitely does get rolling. So I know we are going to be getting into the game quickly here, but honestly, it's just shaping up to be an exciting match because, as I mentioned, these teams faced off week 1. This is a rematch that's been the entire season in the making. Both teams had to advance all the way through the playoffs to get to here, to get to this rematch. And I know that neither of these teams will leave anything out. They will throw it all on the rift here. And as I say that, we are getting into game 1 here between the Juniata Eagles and the U Ottawa Grey. So, Fustrious, it seems to be a fairly regular start to kick this one off.
Oh yeah, looks like a typical 5-point from both teams here. No cheeky invades. We don't have a Nautilus, Thresh, Blitzcrank or anything, so it definitely makes sense that both teams are just chilling out for now. I think bot lane's going to be a little bit oppressive, actually, on the side of the Eagles. Having that Ashe Brand poke in the early game is going to be kind of crazy, especially into a support like Renata that doesn't really have much heal utility. So that's Jinx is going to have a bit of a hard time in the early game as well. I think that's actually one thing they definitely drafted on the side of the Eagles is like a winning bot lane. And their only saving grace on the side of U Ottawa is going to be that Shen ultimate coming into the bot lane.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the winning bot lane, but also just take a look at the summoners on the side of the Eagles. They have the Exhaust Ignite bot lane, where on the side of Ottawa, it's the Cleanse and Heal. So one is very defensive, and the other is very, very aggressive.
Yeah.
So I think if U Ottawa can make it out of this early game, they should be okay. But if they get further and further behind, I think the Eagles can win just straight through bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Ashe arrow is a snowball machine for sure. And Syndra as well is actually someone to watch this game because when she gets ahead, yeah, you have two squishies. Bot lane, Ryze is a little bit squishy. Don't really have too many tanky champions on the side of the Eagles here. And this is the poke we were talking about in the bot lane, a bit of oppression happening towards the side of Uottawa. Wow.
Yeah, but overall, it seems to be fairly passive. Now, level 2 is just about to come through here for the side of the Eagles, but as I say that, Tuesday is getting a pretty good chunk of damage onto Trillium there. And, well, there's those Pillar of Flames going down, and the poke at a brand is obscene.
And there's a level 2 as well. Yep. This is where the Ashe brand starts to really get suboptimal for the side of Uottawa, especially when they hit level 2. It's like, man, I cannot get stunned by the brand here, or I take almost all my HP and damage. Actually, he took his E second, so he's just going to be opting in for more poke. And I mean, this is what I'm saying. And Ashe is just oh my gosh, Xiao M is just not feeling himself right now. But as I say that,
so they do know that Viego's here.
And there's the jump in from Viego. The follow up is going to be the flash away from Crimson. Very well done.
But overall, that's an excellent gank there. You get 2 summoners and you just showed your face. That's all he had to do. But he's waiting here.
He's not done yet.
Brand.
And there's the follow up from Jinx. The W lands, and that's going to be it for Brand. The first blood going over to the side of Uottawa, but the fight is not over, and that's going to be a ton of damage. Jinx picking up a double kill now with the first blood. Can she get away with that red buff? Looks like it's not going to be the case, but is she going to be able to get the reset?
Ooh.
No! And that's going to be the kill going over to the Graves. Very well done, but that's a double kill for Jinx. I mean, she is feeling great right now after that. That's a solid recall for her.
Yes, now we are getting the scoreboard spectator bug here, so don't worry. Everybody did buy items, and when that gets updated, we will see the kills through on the scoreboard. But that's 3 early kills over to Ottawa, where we were expecting them to lose this, but that immediate repeat gank at a Kyler 1 was massive. And then the bailout. The bailout was so close from Dark Utopian saving Zhao M there, and it was just absolutely fantastic. But a great play out of Tuesday, forcing the flash at Trillium there. Ryze will definitely be hurting a little bit, but with TP should be okay. But now it's Mr. Frosty and Volantis just trading in the top lane, and so far it does seem like Wukong has the top lane tempo.
Yeah, he definitely has the advantage there, and Jinx here is feeling a lot better about this matchup now that she's up 2 kills, and she is going to pick up those Berserker's Graves, which I think is a fantastic buy, because now she can sidestep the brand Inferno damage, and also kind of get away from Ashe, even if she is slowed, which I think is great, and she's going to have like a really big play here. That's a massive root coming through. The rockets come out, and that's going to be Ashe dead. A kill there for Zhao. Very, very well done. And Kyler's there just in case. They're going to go for the Drake now.
Yeah, and an early Infernal Dragon on a team that's already snowballing is just basically salt rubbed into the wound here.
Yeah.
Now we see Trillium also starting to lose the mid lane matchup. Now the CS is fairly even across the board despite all this, but it's Ottawa off to a stampeding start here with nearly a 2k gold lead at the 5.5 minute mark, which is a phenomenal pace and not something I would have expected with how aggressive the Juniata Eagles drafted.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive draft from them, and the bot lane sort of not having a lead right now is a massive blunder, and they have some space to make up here coming into the mid game now with that level 6 available in the top lane. I mean, they're going to have to really make something happen. They need to blow that Shen ulti before they try something bot lane, because he's immediately just going to ult and apply the shield onto the Jinx. And I think that... I think that
so one hand one is actually hovering bot lane right now. But with Ottawa resetting there, that's just poor map tempo overall. And now this allows Kyler 1 to get free vision into the top side. Now pings are going down onto Viego. So no one's quite collapsed on him yet, but they do have a pretty good idea where he is. But Kyler 1 getting that deep vision, they'll have Graves spotted as he passes through his jungle. And
Oh.
ultimately, it just feels like U Ottawa is playing the map very well right now.
Oh, absolutely. And they also still have vision control in the bot side as well. They traded the pink ward, looks like in the bot side brush. And now, I mean, I feel like Viego is just, his macro plays a little bit better. Graves is going to be up a little bit of CS, but Viego made a massive play bottom lane that definitely makes up for that. And as we say that, in comes Jinx again. The exhaust gets dropped into the cleanse, and can she sidestep the stun? No, she cannot. The burn comes through. The TP from Shen actually was probably not needed, and it looks like they're going to try and use it. There's a massive W. The flash taunt goes down. Mr. Frosty makes it happen. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of U Ottawa as they push in this bot wave and look to get some plates.
Yeah, well, you know Mr. Frosty's from Canada because that was a stone cold flash there. Just getting both of them like it was nothing. And with that, they pick up 2 more quick kills. And you said it, it almost seemed like an overcommit there out of the side of U Ottawa, but the re-engage came through with a great forced flash out of Mr. Frosty there, and it just paid dividends there. And now Krillium just gets bursted by the unleashed power, and I guess you can say Tuesday does know how to play with his balls correctly.
He definitely does. He's one of the best ball players in NA, most likely. As he is going to play with his balls very well and take down the enemy mid laner as a solo kill. I mean, that's fantastic. I love seeing stuff like that. Syndra is one of those characters in the mid lane that you really have to be careful playing against, because there's a very, very high chance that she will solo kill you if you misstep. And that's exactly what happened. Ryze just couldn't quite get his footing, and even with Merc Treads, she just does so much damage. And it's just double amp tome too. But
yeah, now I want to... Yeah, I want to point out that, as you said, Ryze just picked up the Merc Treads. But the Merc Treads are good against CC and magic damage. It's the Jinx that is 3-1 and 3 right now. The only kill participation she doesn't have is that solo kill onto Ryze. So once you get out of the laning phase, this Ryze is still going to be squishy. It's still going to be weak to the fed AD carry. And I don't think he'll be able to burst the Jinx quicker than the Jinx will just machine gun him down.
Yeah, that's the one great thing about Jinx, and Jinx also has the range, but as I say that, there's going to be a play happening right now, the flash forward from Renata, and I mean, it's actually not quite enough damage to get the reset off for Jinx, and he has to throw down the chompers here. There's a lot of damage happening. Lethal Tempo is procced, and oh, in comes the mid laner. Tuesday's looking to make something happen. One-on-one here. He's going to dodge the stun, and that's going to be a kill for Tuesday. Again, he's looking for more. The red buff gets applied to Krillium. And again, he's looking to do some damage, but looks like that's actually going to be it for that skirmish there. And honestly, not too poorly executed on the side of U Ottawa, but they are only going to end up grabbing 1 kill, I believe.
I think overall is a 1-for-1 trade, which actually works out in their benefit because they were able to stall out that fight and then get something back because they had overcommitted first, as it was the Juniata Eagles who collapsed first, had more members there. But the reinforcements in Tuesday came through. They're able to pick up another kill, which did go on to the Syndra. So now the Syndra is going to be even stronger than before. And Tuesday, with this red buff, will just harass this Ryze into oblivion now. The Kyler one is there for backup, but as you see, that damage is already massive.
Yeah. That's crazy. And once Syndra gets her fully evolved or leveled up Q, her balls, she'll get a buff that's going to just let her do 15% more damage with them. So that's also something to watch out for. I believe that happens level 10 or maybe level 9. Maybe that happened level 9.
I think it's level 9 if you do a Q max first. But you can already see Ryze is just sitting under tower and still getting poked down just from that Q range. And that is the second dragon going over to U Ottawa. So U Ottawa does have a very quick dragon win condition lined up for themselves. However, it is being traded for the Rift Herald, and now Graves just gets bursted down by the Unleashed Power and has to smite for the health, but it doesn't matter as Mr. Frosty, and they're trying to get the kills. They will get 2 kills there. Kyler 1 picks up a 3rd kill on the Ryze. Now, fortunately, the Eagles just managed to get the Rift Herald there, but that doesn't matter. The Jinx with the gold bounty dodges 1 stun, cleanses another. Doesn't quite get it, but will trade back here
gonna be it.
with the Flame Chompers there. But either way, that will be the shutdown onto the Ashe. But a great heads-up play by Jinx there to get the return kill. And so across the map, 4 kills for U Ottawa.
Yeah, that was definitely very well done by the Jinx to throw down the Chompers exactly where she needed to finish off the Ashe. And, I mean, overall, that's a ton of resources going over to Ottawa, but the Rift Herald is still going to go over to the Eagles. And ooh, there's a bit of a dance happening here as Tuesday throws some damage over at the Rise, but there's going to be no objective to get here on the side of the Eagles. So they're going to be a little bit of a bitter taste in their mouth after that skirmish. But I definitely think Tuesday, with his advantage right now, 2-0-2, and up 30 CS as well, he's definitely feeling good at this point in the game, especially having an 80 carry like Jinx on his team.
And the biggest CS discrepancy that we're seeing is in the top lane right now, and it's just below 40, so it's about 38 right now. But that's negated by the fact that Shen has 3 kills to his name.
Yeah. And not only that, Shen has been making plays around the map as well. Being 3-0-1, having that high kill participation is quite good. And we could actually see a dive here, or maybe Graves is just going to take the jungle camps. But yeah, diving a Shen maybe isn't the most optimal play, and I think the Eagles do realize that. So they are just going to be looking to take this blue buff here, and the smite goes down, 1-on-1 takes it. And yeah, that's going to be it. A nice buff steal from the side of the Eagles as Mr. Frosty pushes up the top lane.
It's something that the Eagles need to do. They need these small victories if they want to stay in this series and be competitive. They really do need these small victories so that they can snowball them and stack them up into hopefully larger victories, because right now, I don't think they have any lane that can completely go toe-to-toe to their counterpart. The closest would be Wukong against Shen, but Shen can almost indefinitely hold the wave.
Yeah. It's very hard for Wukong to actually get a solo kill onto the Shen at this point in the game. Now that he has his steel caps and he has the damage to sort of retaliate, and oh my gosh, that's going to be a massive play from Tuesday and O'Kyler 1 to pick up that kill onto 1-on-1, and the waves getting... I mean, this is a lot of pressure happening from Ottawa right now as they push up this lane in the bot lane, as well as mid lane is going to happen very, very quickly with Syndra. And I mean, Viego's just going to be there to take camps. And we could actually see Rise, sort of zoned off the wave. I mean, yeah, he can't really do much against this Syndra right now, being as fed as she is, and she will have her mythic item on this back as well, which will be very, very strong. Not to mention that, but Drake is up in a minute 35, so they're going to be looking at position for that as well. Ottawa, already having the 2 Drakes, is going to be looking to get onto soul points. So it's definitely the place to watch over the next minute and a half. And again, this is what we were talking about. It's very hard for Wukong to get this solo kill. Now that Mr. Frosty has these items, that massive advantage from those 3 kills definitely showing up in this top lane.
Yeah, now it does appear to be, I believe, a Sunfire cape there, Windfire, Funfire, whatever pseudonym that you want to call it by. It burns, it hurts. And also, he does have the plated steel caps, which counters not only Volantis, but also One Hand One there. Because both of them are heavy AD auto attack champions. So that's a great early pickup there as well. And so far, I'm just seeing good itemization across the board. But as I say that, I'm not 100% sure on the Kraken Slayer coming out of Jinx. I think Gale Force for that extra maneuverability to dodge a CC could be clutch. But so far, I have no complaints with the Jinx's performance.
Yeah, the Jinx has been performing well. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's just because the Kraken Slayer offers that stacking attack speed that she scales so well using that item. I feel like the Gale Force move speed isn't necessary on her just because she does get that move speed from her passive when she does get a kill. However, I genuinely agree, because if she can dodge the Ashe Arrow using the Gale Force, that's a very, very good use of that item. And I think it's definitely worth more than the extra damage added from Kraken Slayer. But once she gets Phantom Dancer, I mean, Kraken Slayer, Phantom Dancer, Jinx is not to be trifled with.
That's a 3rd dragon before the 16-minute mark. So this could be a 21-minute soul.
Yeah.
Now, that is extremely early, but as I say that, it just seems like Krillium's going to get bursted down here by the Unleashed Power. It's not quite enough. One more auto can do it. The Shen Ultimate's coming through onto Tuesday here, and somehow Krillium stays alive with that sliver of HP.
Yeah.
Cool, that was a close one.
That was definitely a close one. The Ashe Arrow came up towards the mid lane here, landing on the Jinx, but Viego's going to be here, not really looking for a fight. And wow, he's getting chunked out, that's for sure, as he jumps away. He definitely would have died if he didn't ult there. Very well done from him. And Ashe has that Kraken Slayer completed as well. But it looks like the bottom lane is here to pick up this bot wave. And everything's sort of reset to normal as Ryze is going to lose some minions in the mid wave there. After getting his recall force from being chunked out. Pretty standard stuff though all around. Mr. Frosty still just playing the game the way he's supposed to anytime he can TP. Him not having lost his tower already while having this much kill participation is definitely a feat within itself. And he's definitely doing very well.
And you say that, but that's also with the Rift Herald being dropped top as well. So Mr. Frosty's done a great job of managing his waves, managing his tower. But now it's Ashe under fire here, who does have to flash out to under tower.
Now we are going to see a bit of a fight here. Volantis is getting attacked right now. Kyler, a massive double knock up there from Volantis, but a double taunt coming in from Mr. Frosty. They know they can't fight this. It's a 3v2. Tuesday coming in a little bit too late here as one-on-one begins to go after the jungler. It looks like they're going to be looking to take this top tower as Brand is alone by himself in the bot lane. And it looks like they're just going to give it over here as the Eagles take the top side. Bot side is just getting absolutely ravaged. And that's going to be it for the bot tower as well. They're going to trade towers here, it looks like, as Jinx clears the bottom wave a little bit further up.
Ooh. So right now they're denying an extra wave of minions to this tower. And by doing so, that's at least 150 gold. Now the Ashe Arrow does try and find Tuesday, but Tuesday's able to walk it out so far, but
oh my,
he's in a 1v4.
Cinder dip, cinder dip, cinder dip. 80 carry, by the way. Oh
no!
Gosh!
Oh no!
Oh no! Jinx wants more. She's hungry. Oh my gosh! That Syndra damage. That was a Dark Sphere, Unleash Power, auto attack, and that Ashe was dead. Absolutely dead.
Yep.
Oh my word!
And to start it off, that Syndra was in a 1v4 situation, picks up the solo kill, which scares off the two trailing members of the Eagles, and then we see the reinforcements come through, and Tuesday's like, no, you're locked in here with me now, and immediately turns it onto Krillium, gets the second kill there, and now we're looking at Syndra, who's 4-0-3, up 45 CS, has the mid tower down already, and so overall, the U Auto Grade, they find themselves with a 6,500 gold lead, just over 19 minutes, with the second Rift Herald in their back pocket as well.
Yeah.
And dare I say, this game is theirs to lose.
Oh, 100%. I feel like Syndra here needs to get caught out if they have any chance of losing here, but with the comp on the side of the Eagles, it is very, very possible that that happens. I mean, you have a great follow-up from Ryze, great follow-up from Brand, and all it takes is one Ashe Arrow on a carry, and, well, now it's a 4v5. And when Tuesday is dead, or when Jinx is dead, it's going to be a very, very complicated 4v5 for the side of U Ottawa. And it's going to be hard for them to come back from that in a 5v5.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Does it matter who they pick with the Ashe Arrow if everyone on the side of U Ottawa is fed and can carry?
Well, I mean, that's definitely a side effect of being down 6,500 gold is it doesn't really matter what you do. Sometimes you're going to have problems to deal with regardless. Even if you make an excellent play, there is going to be, like, still a chance that you fail. And that's just, it is what it is. In a more even game, I feel like the Eagles are in a great position here because they can get those picks later in the game when death timers are longer. But regardless of whether they get a pick or not, they're still at a disadvantage. And I think that's going to be crucial for U Ottawa's advantage here. Is even though if they are down a member, they are still stronger than the side of the Eagles at this point. So it's going to take a massive outplay, I think. And we could see that in a 5v5 for this soul point.
Yeah, Tuesday's TP bot, it does seem like the U Ottawa team has first move into the river. They are clearing out vision. They don't have the scuttle. The Ashe Arrow misses, but the Realm Warp comes through.
There's the engage. The Realm Warp comes through, and there's a massive stun from Syndra and a follow-up from Jinx as well. That's a ton of damage. And again, the flash forward from O'Kyler is going to get taken down by Ashe, but very quickly reprimanded. Tuesday picks up that kill, and Atlantis barely getting away here. The red buff is going to be there to chase him down, but looks like the rest of U Ottawa are going to be there, ready to pick up that Drake, pick up that Infernal Soul. And, I mean, I don't know about you, but it's looking quite grim, but Zhao is actually overextending here quite a bit, and that's going to be Wukong to take her down. I mean, that's just the Wukong, honestly. If I'm an AD carry, I'm not trying to fight that ever. definitely a little bit greedy. Once Wukong does have his invisibility up, it's very, very hard to challenge that as an AD carry. And that shutdown going over to him is going to be quite nice, but man, oh man.
Okay. Where's Echo when you need it? Because I want to go back in time and watch that fight again. Because it seemed like Leo there had the Ash Arrow Prime, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, fires it off, missed it,
Yep.
and then all of a sudden they still tried to force it with the Warp coming out of Krillium.
Yeah.
But then Tuesday, he chose today to make a statement, and a huge Scout of the Week into the Super Mega Death Rocket had a nearly instant reset for the Jinx, who comes charging in, and then the remaining members out of the Eagles just scatter and die. Sure, Volantis and One Hand made it out, but at what cost? They already lost 3. They lost the Soul Dragon. U Ottawa is now up 7,000.
Wow. I mean, that's just the scatter of the week. I mean, that's literally what he did. He scattered the week, made their screen turn gray, and I guess that's where U Ottawa gets their name from. And I mean, we love to see it. These massive, big team fights, and look, we see it. The Eagles. They're trying to get something cheesy right now. They're in this bush. They're like, all right, listen, we need to get a pick here, like right now. And I think they're realizing very quickly that U Ottawa is not falling for it. We have Shen bot side here is definitely the play for the side of U Ottawa, having that TP available. I mean, actually, well, not quite actually. It's going to be up in about 10 seconds or so, but yeah, the Eagles are really on the back foot here.
Well, the thing is, they're getting pushed in both mid and top. Top T2 is almost down. Mm-hmm. And if they go to clear these waves, there's enough damage on the side of U Ottawa right now, with how fed they are, to just rip through the Baron. Because now the Kraken Slayer will have absolute value against the Baron. We do see the Divine Sunderer and Blade of the Rune King on the Viego pick, so that alone has massive value and huge shred potential on the Baron. Mm-hmm. So the time to kill on the Baron is extremely low right now, and that's something that the Eagles are aware of. They can't let that Baron go over, because if they do, I think U Ottawa can end it in a single Baron push.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, they have so many options here on the side of U Ottawa. They can push different lanes, but I think their play is definitely going to be maybe catch someone out and then get that Baron. Is there sort of fake resetting here as Viego is looking to maybe get a pick here, but they are going to need Syndra to go maybe towards mid a little bit more. Kyler's just waiting for Grace to come around for his red buff. I don't think it's going to happen, and that's a massive amount of damage here. Kyler is going to be there to support his mid laner. That's going to be the turret gone top side. And Mr. Frosty has that ultimate available, so we could see a fight happen towards the side of Baron here. But U Ottawa is definitely not in the mood to do a 50-50 smite challenge, as they're just going to continue to do this. And that's a bad place to be Tuesday. That's a massive hourglass, though. And a Scout of the Week to flash away. The ulti comes through from the Shen, and everyone's going berserk. It does get canceled, though. And Kyler's looking for more, and there's the Viego. He is going to have that ult available, and there it is, a double kill for him.
No.
And, yep, there's U Ottawa just popping off. Well, Shen's not going to let Rise recall.
So they got the death push there, but Tuesday, that Scout of the Week nearly killed 3 members there alone. Then the stopwatch bought enough time for Stand United to come through. Yes, it got canceled, but the shield is what mattered there. The shield is what saved the day. And then we saw Kyler 1 chase that playthrough, picked up numerous resets, flashes to finish it off. And just like that, they get 2 inhibitor towers, 2 inhibitors. They have an open Baron and Elder Dragon in a minute 40.
Yeah.
If by some way U Ottawa lose this, it will take not only a miracle, it would take a consecutive series of miracles delivered by the Pope on a silver platter at this point.
Yeah, this is not looking quite good for the Eagles, but again, they didn't quite get the Baron buff, though, which means that there is going to be another fight to happen here, either at Elder or at Baron. And Syndra's going to be looking to get that blue buff before she resets. Jinx as well, similar scenario, because they know that the Eagles are going to try and push and grab these buffs before they can. Jinx, she might get caught out here. That's exactly... Oh! Just barely not getting caught out. Oh, that was so unbelievably close.
Oh, it was.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is,
Okay.
Ooh,
I want to point something out to you right now.
Okay.
The only finished MR item on the side of the Eagles are the Merc Treads. The only other piece of MR I see is a
Wukong.
null mantle magic cape on Wukong. That's it.
Yep.
Tuesday's doing true damage at this point, and it hurts.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, when you have Void Staff and the Sork Boots this early into the game, it's going to be a lot. And I mean, it's just going to be Elder after this, right? I mean, they're going to have to fight somebody, and the last thing they want is their front line to be Jinx. And it looks like O'Kyler's going to be... O'Kyler and Mr. Frosty are going to be going in head first here. And again, there's the ulti to come through. It is going to land on Renata, the massive ulti coming in. And Jinx is still in the backline. There's the Berserk coming in from the Renata. And in comes Tristan, just one-shotting the Ashe! Oh my gosh! And there it is, the follow-up damage as well. And yeah, Krillium, there's nothing to do there. Oh my word, it's the Syndra diff. She is the danger. And the ultimate goes down, and that's definitely going to be game. But wow, that Syndra came in clutch this game. That was crazy performance from him. 8-0 and 10 on that Syndra. Never getting shut down at all. And just phenomenal play from him in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's a 13k gold difference at
wow.
the 27-minute mark. They don't need the Elder to finish. They just finished the game at the 28-minute mark. An absolutely fantastic performance. And I don't mean to do the Eagles dirty right now, but it does seem that Ottawa, they definitely have a pair of balls at least.
Oh, they definitely do. They have more than a pair of balls, and they're scattering the weak here in that game one. Going to take that 1-0 now, and oh my gosh. I can't believe how powerful Syndra is. I remember back in the day, Season 5, Season 6, I was like, damn, this character is like crazy. And look at her now, and I'm like, it's the same character. Just press one button and the AD carry dies. Hello? Riot Games?
Yep.
How long has it been?
It's definitely one of those
years?
press R to win champions right now.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, those names were living up. You know, Scattered Weak, Unleashed Power. They lived up to the namesake there.
Mm-hmm.
But with that said, I do believe we are going to throw it to a break here as teams prepare themselves for Game 2 of this final series. Now, the Eagles, they're definitely on their back talons, and they're going out to find a way to spread their wings and fly once more if they look to come back into this series. Because Ottawa, they are charging full steam ahead with a mountain full of momentum. So yeah, we will be back right after this break. Welcome back, and I know that break was a little long, but that's okay. Both these teams, they are just gearing up. They've done the pre-draft. We are going to be hopping into game very, very quickly here. I almost feel like Ricky Bobby because I don't know what to do with my hands after that game one. That game one was explosive on the side of U Ottawa, and there was just too much going on. U Ottawa played that first game phenomenally well. Almost every lane won in one format or another. I think it was Volantis with the top lane Wukong that went roughly close to parity. And even that's only because he had a CS lead, but that was negated by the fact that Shen had 3 kills early on. So really, the Juniata Eagles here, they really have to come back hard in the second game, regroup, spread their wings, sharpen their talents. They look to stay competitive in this best-of-5 series because Game 1 has already gone over to Ottawa, and they are looking to get Game 2 over and done with and potentially sweep the Eagles, like what happened in Week 1 when they were swept by the Eagles.
Yeah, something interesting about that last game is the fundamental part of that went wrong for the Eagles was the bottom lane. And what really happened there was they picked a very strong early game bot lane, and the jungle play from the side of U Ottawa was so phenomenal in the early game that they were actually able to get Jinx ahead early, which was just a massive snowball effect for the rest of the game. And in addition to that, mid lane Syndra was just an absolute monster, and she was able to snowball, bringing herself to 8-0 and 10, which is just absolutely bonkers, not going down even once to the Eagles. So, yeah, the Eagles have a lot of work to do if they want to take this game too, but it's definitely possible, and they're definitely going to switch up the draft this time.
Yeah, so speaking of draft, you mentioned that Game 1, the draft favored you, Ottawa, and your prediction was right there. You were right with those predictions. So far, we're 1-1. Now, do you think that with this momentum that you, Ottawa, can take the entire series?
Ooh, I mean, it's sort of challenging to say because I haven't seen what adaptations the Eagles will make in terms of this draft. I think if U Ottawa wins this second one, they will 100% have the momentum to take this to 3-0. But, I mean, if we see good adaptations from the side of the Eagles, it's most likely going to end up being a much, much closer series if they do take Game 2. So my theory is that if we do get to 2-0, I think Ottawa's going to bring it to 3-0. If it goes to 1-1, it's definitely anyone's game. Anyone's match, I should say.
Fair enough. Now, speaking of adaptations, because you mentioned you haven't seen those yet. I haven't seen them either. So what do you hope the Eagles do in terms of an adaptation? Because clearly they were looking to win through bot and then fumbled that early.
Yeah.
But to be fair, that was also a very, very good heads-up play by Kyler1, who pathed down, had the repeat gank right after blowing 2 of their summoners. So do you think that they go back to an offensive bot lane, or do they perhaps play it a little bit safer, a little bit more scaling, give themselves more options rather than having to win it early?
You know, I think we could see more of an early game jungle pick coming out of the Eagles, and I think that would maybe put them on the map more in the early game if they do decide to pick that aggressive, strong early bottom. But, I mean, realistically, I feel like Ryze is just not the play at all in a comp like that. I feel like you need something like if they had Syndra, for example, and Ryze was on the other team, that would have been a completely different game. So I think they need either a more aggressive early game mid laner or a more aggressive early game jungler if they do want to win early on that bot side. So that's sort of my adaptation I could see. Is it either a more early game jungle or a more early game mid laner?
Okay, I can see that. Though I do want to counter you that I think they need a more solid form of engage, a bit safer, bit of a tankier front line.
Yeah.
Like, if you combined a Leona or a Nautilus with the Ashe CC, that alone would be just as devastating as the damage output that coming out of Brand.
Yeah.
And that also provides peel for your immobile ADC, because we saw that once the Ashe got caught, there was nothing that Ashe could do to escape because she had taken an offensive summoner. Now, mind you, if it was fresh and could lantern the Ashe out, that could also work as well. I just feel that there wasn't any peel potential on the side of the Eagles, and that left massive gapes in their team composition that was exploited, especially with Tuesday just blowing up the enemy. But with that said, we are entering draft here now, and I imagine that most of these bans will stay the same, as we do see the Udyr and J4 being the first two bans.
And the Vigar comes out as well as the second ban. Yasuo as well getting banned. It looks like it's going to be a similar ban phase, but it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, and there's a Jinx. Yep, there it is. That's exactly what I was going to say. Yep. So one thing I was thinking is, if the Eagles pick a more aggressive jungler that isn't Graves, like Volibear, for example, that could work, and Viego's going to get repicked again. We have Mordekaiser versus Gnar, which is a very interesting one. Tuesday is going to be on Ryze, and Krillium's on the Syndra this time. So it looks like the draft is going to have switched up, and they are going to take two pieces of my advice. You're welcome, the Eagles. And we're going to see Syndra and Volibear on the side of the Eagles this game around. So that should be interesting. The Gnar as well is I think, a decent pick. I don't think that he does too poorly into Mordekaiser. And we do see a Shen ban. I'm not sure if those are in order or not. The bans, I mean.
He should, like, the Gnar should be okay. But if you want a fun fact here, according to the caster notes, because I had to double check this, Volantis refers to his favorite top lane champion, Gnar, as Hot Dog.
Hot Dog. What the Hot Dog doing? That's all I'm going to say.
No, don't start that,
no,
please, no.
My bad. Wait, is there? Oh, there's no dog in game. If there was, I'd be just going off the whole time about what the dog was doing.
I mean, they could still pick a Corki.
They could. Yep. Or
okay,
a Kog'Maw. Oh my gosh, Zeri. They didn't ban Zeri, and they did. Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
This is Lucian Nami. Oh, they're picking the aggressive. Dude, this is exactly what I wanted them to do. An aggressive bot lane, an aggressive jungler, an aggressive mid laner. They're ready to take control of this game. And I feel like Lucian is a much, much better pick than Ashe pre-6. And I think we're going to see a lot of prowess in the bot lane, where the jungler, even Viego, isn't really going to be able to do much into the Lucian Nami. I feel like, and Zeri Lulu also not particularly potent in the early game. So they're going to be looking to make a lot of plays bot side here, and I think it's going to work way better now that they have the Syndra Volibear on their team.
Yeah, I'm collecting my thoughts here a little bit, because this is such a different look out of the side of the Eagles. Now, they've opted into an extremely early game composition with the Volibear, with Lucian Nami. And I know if their bot lane doesn't get ahead early, it 100% gets outscaled by the side of Ottawa with the Zeri Lulu. And that's a little bit frightening, but their team composition is a little bit more balanced, because you do have the front line in terms of the Volibear, in terms of the Gnar, who can act as that heavy engage or disengage with the Gnar ultimate as well. But also, you have the tidal wave from the Nami, a great disengage tool as well, which is something I felt they were lacking, especially in the last game, seeing as how they were basically run down by the Jinx. Now they might get run down by the Zeri, but we will have to see. But either way, a better looking team composition coming out of the side of the Eagles. Now for Ottawa, I do like their composition as well, and I do feel it is a lot more balanced than the Eagles comp last time. And the reason why I'm referencing it back to the Eagles is because of the top lane, where they had the Wukong, Graves, then Ryze. Whereas Ottawa, they have the Mordekaiser, Viego, Ryze. Now, what this means is that they have mixed damage. That way, you just can't build a steel caps and negate damage coming out of a gank opportunity. You either have to build for your lane opponent or build for the jungler.
Yeah.
It definitely allows more offensive opportunities for Ottawa, and that damage profile definitely helps them in terms of fighting and forcing the enemy to build different itemization. But honestly, the Eagles do have to itemize better. You can't just have a super fed Syndra and not build some form of MR against it.
That's definitely true. And I think that's going to be the lane to watch this game around, assuming bot lane is played correctly by the side of U Ottawa, where they play a lot safer. Syndra, if Rise lets her, is going to just absolutely roll all over him. And I think that that's going to be the lane to watch this game. If Syndra can pop off, if Syndra can synchronize with the early game Volibear and acquire a lead for herself, that's going to be really where the game's at. And from there, she can roam bottom lane and just massacre the Lulu Zeri with the assistance of the Lucian Nami. But a very, very early game team comp coming out from the Eagles here, which I think is a good switch. I think that's what they needed. And once they get that early momentum, I mean, Ottawa is going to need to play this extremely well if they want to win.
Yeah. And I do want to point out that while we are saying early game compositions are different from aggressive compositions.
Yes.
Because aggressive compositions do just want to fight, where early game compositions need to find their lead early to be successful instead of just fighting. Now, Lucian and Nami, they are a prime duo for fighting or killing, but that's more about bursting your opponent down, taking super heavy trades, not just whittling them down. It wants to be a heavy, concentrated fight there for them to be successful. So if they can, that would be absolutely amazing for the Eagles. But also, I think they will have to use or choose their summoners a little bit more wisely and not opt for double aggro summoners like they did last time, because once they fell behind, that definitely bit them in their derriere, you could say.
Oh, 100%. I mean, having exhaust and ignite, having, what is it, heal. What do they have, Alex? They had exhaust, ignite.
Yes, exhaust ignite on the side of the Eagles and cleanse heal on the side of Ottawa.
Yeah, that's you don't want to be running away with those two summoners. You want to be being aggressive, and when you get behind, I mean, that was what happened in the previous game. They just when you have all these aggressive tendencies, but you can't use them, it's like, you're going to get destroyed, especially with a champion like Jinx on the other team, that arcane buff. That's a little bit scary. But I think the switch out, the biggest switch out for me actually is switching out the Graves for the Volibear. I think that's like probably the best decision they made for this draft. And I think that's going to be the biggest component coming into this game.
Yes, and as you say, coming into this game, well, we are into game 2 officially now between the side of Ottawa and the Eagles. Now, of course, Riot being Riot, their latest patch always tends to break some aspect of Spectator. We just get used to it and run with it. So while the Dragon Timer is ticking down, I do believe that is a Hextech Dragon that will be up first. So it should be interesting to see which soul we get, especially with how early Ottawa got their soul last game, because they just absolutely popped off with the 21-minute soul.
Yeah, that was very, very well done from them, having that Dragon priority. And having the less aggressive mid laner is going to help out, or is going to be way better for the side of the Eagles this game around, but these mid laners are just... these guys are just... trading
Tuesday's
around.
already winning this. He's winning the skill matchup. He's saying, "Hey, I will opt into the reverse, and I'll beat you."
Oh my!
And that is terrifying that he's already able to do this.
Oh, he's a psychopath.
Trillium's definitely going to be feeling the pressure this match.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, he's just unbeatable. Oh, but this is actually not the most optimal trade for Tuesday. Actually, it looks like the lead that he did have is completely erased by that horrible trade. But yeah, again, this is a lane to watch. Look at them. They're skilling on each other. That's the plan. And Tuesday has the momentum from the previous game on that Syndra. And wow, it looks like the wave is definitely
the advantage
Tuesday's
that
favor.
Trillium has is that Syndra can move while casting, where Rise will stop while the cast is initiated, so it's easier to land the Dark Spheres. But so far, Tuesday's done very well at dodging the Dark Spheres, and even hits level 2 first. Probably sacked a few minions in order to do it, but I think being ahead of the tempo will help Tuesday a lot, as he's basically forcing Trillium off the wave here.
Oh, didn't quite sidestep that, but yeah, these are decent trades coming out. And it looks like that's going to be all the charges of the Corrupting Potion are going to be used up here. And top lane is just chilling at Tuesday, saying, nope, sorry, I'm going to sidestep your Scatter of the Week. And now he's level 3. Oh my, he knows exactly when to dodge. This guy's bonkers. And actually, Littler's a pretty decent pick into the Lucianami just for that interaction we just saw there. Oh, no way.
Ooh!
Oh, no way.
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Oh
You got
my
it!
gosh!
The minion came through!
Tuesday!
First blood!
Oh, he's a monster! Oh my gosh, this guy is so good! I can't believe what I'm watching! That was such a good solo kill from him. He played that so well. He sidestepped pretty much everything, that entire laning phase, and then eventually just skilled on him with the flash auto, and the minions finished him off. Very, very well done from him. I mean, Ottawa's just showing they got really great players on their team.
I think the only reason that happened was because Krillium threw an auto attack onto Tuesday. If Krillium didn't throw an auto attack on the Tuesday to aggro the minions, I think Syndra may have lived there because the minions were already under tower and getting the tower aggro.
Yeah.
But still, that's just a fantastic play to Tuesday, realizing that he was at the threshold to get an early kill and then running with it. Now the wave's crashing back into him, so he's going to have a CS lead as soon as he picks this up. Tuesday is setting himself up to be the MVP of Game 2 already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is very, very well done, Tuesday here. Oh, he's psyching him out, and that was a great trade for Tuesday. And again, the wave is still pushing in towards him, which is very, very good. That's what you want to see as Rise, because you can very, very quickly turn that. And he's just sidestepping everything. This guy's bonkers. I can definitely see why the laning phase went the way it did previously, because Tuesday, he really knows what he's doing. There's some wave clear coming out as well. Oh my lord. Syndra is going to eventually scale a little harder, especially level 6, and it's going to be hard for him to sort of bully her the way that he's been doing. But hey, his jungler might come around as well, and he's going to get a pair of boots soon, and once he does, those side steps are going to come a lot easier.
Yeah, so Dark Utopia having their back canceled right now, and now Viego coming behind on Krillium.
Yep,
Krillium here just gets popped.
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
Yep, and there it is. The Rise diff, the mid diff. Very well done, actually. That gank from the Viego is very excellent. That's one thing that's really, really great about Rise, is that he has great shove after a jungle gank, and he also has great follow-up to a jungle gank. And we saw that. I mean, Cinder was just rooted for, I think it's 1.5 or 2 seconds, and that's just long enough for any jungler to do enough damage to kill the mid laner. So very, very well done from him.
Yeah, the CC sacking was on par. It was great to see out of Ottawa right away, coming into Game 2 cleanly. Now, they don't have the same Dragon priority as last game, but they already have 2 kills towards their mid laner right now. One of them did go over to the jungler, but still, that's Krillium with 2 deaths already, and a fairly decent gold swing over to Tuesday, who's already level 6, and is just going to be able to blast Krillium here.
And no, I think he knows that it's not really going to happen here, but he's going to get a decent trade. And Viego might try to hop over the wall here, which could be a play. There's the flash. The stun is not going to land the flash away from Krillium, though, as he's going to go back towards his tower. The dragon going over to the Eagles. That's going to be the Hextech Drake. I mean, I'd say that's pretty good for the Eagles. They're only down about 400 gold here. And after that Drake, I think they're feeling okay. Although the wave manipulation on the side of Ottawa is fantastic here, holding the wave against this aggressive lane, playing it passively. They know that they hit their power spike later in the game, and they're definitely going to be playing around that.
Yeah, so Ottawa playing their lane matchup fairly well. Now there's a little bit of a XP difference, a little bit of a CS gap, but that is to be expected against an early game team composition that the Eagles have. So the fact that Ottawa even has a lead right now does bode well for their future in this game. Now, OK Kyler is here as well, and he is going to be pathing away. So I'm not expecting anything much, because really, Zeri just needs to play safe. Lulu's there as well for the backup. But really just CS it out right now.
Yeah, and again, Viego here towards the bot side. Viego and Rise It wouldn't surprise me to see once we see the Volibear hit 6, it's going to be massive. There's a massive realm work, actually. I did not see that coming. The flash away from the Lucian. Tuesday trying to do a bit of damage, but it looks like that's going to be it for the bot lane gank. Very, very well orchestrated by the side of U Ottawa. Is going to get that flash out of the Lucian as Viego gets to reset here. Very well done. But as I was going to say, once the Volibear gets that level 6, his ultimate is going to be quite potent in any lane he decides to gank, and it looks like he is going to have it up now. So it would not surprise me at all to see him come through and gank somebody at any point soon.
Okay, so we do see the Volibear taking the blue buff right now. Now, I don't see any pings going down onto that blue buff, so he does get it cleanly and gets out. So, Kyler 1 there is just going to be finding that his blue buff was taken, goes over to Gromp. You know, the Scuttler will get picked up here by one hand. But really, you know, the Volibear 20 CS lead has the first dragon. But I still feel like, you know, Eagles aren't doing enough with their early game composition. Volibear should already be ganking someone. You know, Tuesday just got his flash back up, so he missed that window. And the Volibear, great early game ganker, and jungler, hasn't made an impact.
Yeah, I really do think that Volibear should have been ganking a little bit more. Although it's really, really hard when you're playing as U Ottawa in their current state, because they're just, look at them, they're just constantly pushing our tower, but they're going to look for a dive here 100% of the time. This is the action we have been talking about, but Rise and Viego are going to be there. This could end very, very poorly. And there's a dash forward, a massive tidal wave to happen. The exhaust gets dropped, and Zhao M, oh my gosh, they're in a bad spot right now, as it's going to be a 4v3. And again, everyone just gets obliterated. Volibear does pick up the kill on Zeri, but... And this is like the prowess of the early game Volibear as well, just not quite dying, even in a 3v1. But he eventually is going to get taken down, and that's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. U Ottawa coming out really on top after that one.
The Eagles feeling the pressure, and unfortunately, they overforced that. As soon as they saw Kyler 1 there, they still had a moment to disengage. But they threw everything. They had the Volibear ultimate. They had the tidal wave come through. They had the Lucian ultimate on top of it all. And all for 1 kill?
Yeah.
Viego now has 3 kills. Like, this Viego is strong. As we see Krillium now acing what's happening there. And that's Zeri getting a free kill onto the Syndra.
That was a ton of burst damage coming out of Viego. That was more than half her HP in less than 3 seconds. And Lee's going to give that over to Zhao, and yeah, I mean, very, very well done by U Ottawa. 6-1 right now, up 1.5k gold. And this early game comp not quite working out as planned for the side of the Eagles. Volibear needs to make something happen once he gets that ultimate back up.
Yeah. Now, we saw the Syndra be such a massive pick in Game 1. In Game 2, it's not the story. So in the hands of Tuesday, this Syndra was throwing bowling balls and knocking over the opponents. Where in this game, Krillium is throwing balloons out at the auto team.
Little water
just
balloons.
Going around with a needle and going pop, pop, pop. Because Krillium's gotten popped 3 times already.
Well, it do be like that. Tuesday's balls are just better than Krillium's here. And oh my gosh, this guy's, he's a psychopath. He dodges everything. Oh my lord! That's what we like to see. These skill-based mid matchups where, oh my, he dodged that one too! This is what I'm saying, dude. Tuesday, he's actually out of this world. And Volibear actually almost gets caught there. Oh, not quite dodging those though. You can't dodge them all as we see that, but no, Viego's going to be there. The stun comes through, and that's going to be it for him. Kyler 1 picks up that kill. The Blade of the Rune King proc is actually going to be what seals the deal. I mean,
yeah, that was still a risky flash there to Krillium. Krillium should have saved that summoner there. Now Tuesday does have to run out, but does have to run work there. And, well, warps to safety, but missed a Frosty. 1v3, takes a look, walks back because there wasn't a need to, and didn't even TP. He got there by walking somehow.
Yeah.
I thought he would have TP'd from that angle, but nope. And
yeah, that was definitely a great realm warp from the Rise there to get out of there just in time. And looks like top lane's going to pretty much just reset. And Volibear is going to go ahead and take his topside jungle. Zeri here just farming up. Almost at her Triforce, which is going to be an insane power spike for her. And after that, I would assume it's going to be... what does she build? Runons or...
There's
Alex, you know this-
Titanic.
Titanic, right?
Oh, I know Titanic's part of the build. I think Runons is in there as well. She's being nerfed on and off recently, so her exact build I'm a little bit less certain on. I know if the Syndra was further ahead, you would probably see a Wit's End, but with how weak the Syndra is, I think Zeri can just go for normal build and he'll absolutely fine in this game. Now, these top laners, they've definitely not been getting a lot of action in this game, though we do see Dark Utopia getting a decent amount of damage back onto Crimson Corvus there, who's just trying to clear a board, but, you know, Yordles, they do be annoying.
Ooh. Gnar just using his ult to trade there. Well, he can. That's actually a lot of damage coming in from the Gnar. The boulder. What I like about this, actually, is you have the Mordekaiser, so if someone like Syndra or Lucian did get fed, they always had the option to just remove them from the game for like those 7 or 8 seconds. But as I say that, there is going to be a fight going on. The massive ulti coming in from Zhao. And it looks like we are going to see a little bit of a back off happening there from the side of U Ottawa. And Tuesday here sidesteps the scatter the weak. Very well done from him. And you see a very skilled disengage there from him. Using that speedy rune. And ooh, we are going to see... Oh, he's flashing forward. He's trying to do some damage. He knows Volantis doesn't have that ultimate available. The shield comes through. But is it going to be enough? Does Mr. Frosty have enough damage? And, and there it is! The decimating smash to take him down. And that was an insanely close 1v1. And Mordekaiser coming out on top with those steel caps and that leeching leer. Holy moly, that was close.
Yeah, you would think that the Gnar had the item advantage there and should have won that, especially being up 3 CS at the time. But no, Mr. Frosty, still being a cool customer, knows the limits of his champion and wins that trade just by sliver. Now Tuesday with a good flash out, stays safe because that was, you know, the balloon-powered unleashed power there. And, well, it didn't do much.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the Merc Treads, and you're also... I think he was up a level as well. Yeah, he definitely was. You don't really have to worry about that. It's when Syndra's up levels that you really have to worry. And that's both sums on Rise gone now, so that's a bit of an advantage going over to the Eagles, but you're still down 2k gold right here, and I mean, wow. You need to get those Drakes. I think that's your win condition here on the side of the Eagles. You need to get the next few Drakes. And I mean, oh my god, the massive engage coming in. The exhaust gets dropped, and Dark Utopia is going to be the one that gets focused. The ultimate comes through from Leo, and he's actually going to be able to take down the Lulu. But in comes the Realm Warp, and we are going to see Rise showing up, but the massive damage from Lucian. Oh my gosh, the Eagles are popping off. They're using their mid-game power spike to their advantage here, and Tuesday might actually be in trouble as well. Nope, looks like he's going to get out just fine, but very, very well done. That's 3 kills going over to the Eagles pretty much for free here as Volantis also picks up top tower. Just massive skirmishes happening all around the map.
Yeah, just suddenly Eagles managed to turn it on and come straight back into this game. Now, Tuesday will be able to clear this wave, but really, it seems like the Eagles have priority in the 3 lanes so far. And Kyler 1 was able to pick up the Rift Herald, but it's after the 14-minute mark, so that Rift timing doesn't really matter, especially with first tower going down. The best case scenario for this Rift Herald is drop it mid, get that tower, and use it to pressure Dragon. Yeah. Because you've tied the Dragons up so far, and you definitely don't want a Gnar or a Volibear to be able to stack the Mountain Soul, because that will pay dividends for them.
Oh, absolutely. And that's actually the biggest contention right now. Volibear is in a pretty decent spot, having his completed mythic item, and he's pretty much ready to go with this ultimate. And this is the point of the game where Volibear is the strongest. The Rift Herald does get dropped to pressure that sort of mid-tower, but I don't think it's going to be enough because the Eagles have all the members there, but we could see a massive team fight happen here. Viego looking for something, and he's going to land onto him, but he just immediately gets stunned up, and a ton of damage comes through. That's going to be it. Viego's down. That's going to be a shutdown going over to Syndra as the Eagles take Drake now uncontested. Very, very well done. A bit of a misplay from the Viego there. Definitely not an optimal play. A ton of damage came through from the Syndra Lucian Nami and just absolutely one-shot him after he jumped onto Volantis.
And he probably just gave over a gold bounty there too, because he was 4-0-2.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, that one scout of the week changed the CC enough for them to pick up the kill there. And now Tuesday could look to pop the Lucian here.
Ooh.
Oh, the Everfrost not quite finding its mark, because otherwise I think Leo dies there. The Dark
for
Utopia is
sure.
now coming down to reinforce the little Yordle power. But it just seems like Tuesday's just going to, step up and clear the wave. I think he's just fine in this 1v2 right now.
Yeah, Rise is getting very, very strong right now. Sitting at 1-0-4, 158 CS at 17 minutes. He's definitely feeling pretty good about this. And the bot lane is just free to sort of do whatever now. Which will be in the benefit of Ottawa, but we see the massive gold swing going over to the Eagles now. Now they're up 2K. A 4,000 gold swing happened in the last 3 minutes or so. And the second Drake goes over to them as well, which, yeah, Ottawa needs to now now they're on the back foot. After the Eagles hit their mid-game power spike, they're able to utilize that early game coming out of the Volibear Lucian Nami, and they're definitely starting to do well.
Okay, I do like that both Tuesday and Kyler 1 teamed up together to take this bot tower and open up at least that side of the map. Dark Utopia is getting focused down here pretty good, has the flash, doesn't use the wild growth just yet, but one hand is waiting in the side lane there, looking to get in on this fight, does have the ultimate available, and if this Volibear goes in, it's going to look pretty dark here.
Yeah,
but I think
Volantis
they call it off.
We see topside as well. Again, just a lot of prowess coming out of this Volibear now that he's hit that sort of mid-game power spike. And Mr. Frosty here at a bit of a disadvantage as well into this Gnar. And yeah, I mean, we could see a bit of a skirmish happening in this jungle as well, but Viego needs to rotate to help his team if that is the case. Yep, there's blue buff going over. In addition to that, Baron's going to be up in about 35 seconds now. And yeah, I mean, Xiaoi's going to scale, but it's going to take a little bit for that to happen. That's so much damage coming out of Lucian.
And this just gave over mid-priority, mid-tower, over to the side of the Eagles. So the Volibear definitely finding value here, helping force Ottawa off their defensive objectives here. Now Kyler could be looking for something here, but Volantis already has the move into mid there. So at best, that would have been a 4v4, as the Syndra, Krillium was in the bot lane, trying to even up that tower, and at least even up the farm, but now the Realm War comes, there's two of them there. Good Scout of the Week only catches one, but I think they back out here, as Volibear is coming with that nice 2k HP by the looks of it.
Yeah, Volibear is sitting pretty here with a ton of resistances as well. This guy's going to be basically unkillable, and this is, again, when he's the strongest in the game. You need to have that 80 carry getting some items, and then eventually you can sort of take him down, but when you have the Volibear synergizing with the Syndra and also the Lucian Nami, I mean, that's a very, very potent mid-game, and it's hard for any team to match that at this point in the game. So ideally, they're trying to get this game to 6 items, and that's sort of the win condition that Ottawa has. I don't think it really goes any other way, and in addition to that, they have to prevent them from getting the soul. That's the other thing. The Eagles can't get soul, or else it is also doomed. So, and they're down, what, 2k gold? 2.2k gold now? Or 2.8k gold?
2.3, give or take.
Okay.
But that's manageable. The wave states aren't terrible. We do have Mr. Frosty farming up in the top lane. Now, he's still significantly down from the early game phase, where Volantis was just able to push him in consistently. But overall, I think Ottawa is in an okay place. I definitely think they've grown the lead that they were able to cure, but they catch out the Lucian here, and a good tidal wave. Guess the
tidal wave, and in comes one-on-one. The sun goes down, and down goes Zhao as well, but the double TP coming in. Tuesday is going to be there as well, and there's going to be the engage onto Volantis. He jumps away. Syndra's going to be there to land nothing, as that's going to be dodged away by Tuesday. And now everyone's here for this dragon fight. And the only one not here is going to be Zarya. She did get picked off. And again, this is one of their win conditions on the side of the Eagles. They need to get this Elder Soul, or sorry, this Dragon Soul.
Yes. While this dragon does put them on soul point, it's not quite soul. And so they make the decision to hard shove mid, and that does force the Eagles off the dragon for the time being. And without their ADC, they definitely can't threaten Baron. But they should at least be able to get one tower here, as we do see the Volibear sitting on the dragon right now, and should get them to Soul Point. But it seems like Ottawa setting up a little bit of a death push here, because they think that the Eagles have no vision on Baron.
Yeah, they definitely do. And that's just not going to quite work out for the side of Ottawa. And that's another advantage going over to the Eagles that they definitely didn't want to see as they pick up that third dragon. Double Mountain is nothing to be trifled with. And it looks like the Baron is actually going to be the next target here, so we are going to probably see a fight here. This plant is going to spot them out. One-on-one is going to be coming in as well. They're going to immediately go and focus on Volantis. And that's going to be a realm that Volantis does not want to be in, but the flash forward is going to happen. The stun comes through, and that's a ton of damage going down onto Mr. Frosty. He's not going to go down the realm warp. He's going to get most of the team out of there unscathed. And Okyler 1's going to get out as well, and now they're pinging Baron because they do want to do it. And they do have quite a bit of damage to do it, but the plant is going to spot them out. And now they're looking to actually have a massive fight here. This is just the primo stuff. Ottawa waiting for them to go down. There's a flash forward onto Okyler 1. It's happening, and he's going to dodge away the bubble with the ultimate. Tuesday is getting focused here by Leo, and that's going to be it for him as well. The dash forward, a massive amount of damage coming out from Lucian. It's going to be a triple kill for him as he just massacres the entirety of Ottawa.
Yep. Okyler 1 tried to fight Volibear there, but the Diego just wasn't quite up to snuff, because the Volibear is on 2 completed items and Merc Treads, and now Crimson Corvus getting awfully low there, but should be okay. But man, Ottawa has definitely thrown this game so far, because that was a greedy Baron, and I definitely think they should have backed off and committed to the kill on Volantis harder, because he was the only one top. And somehow he was able to walk through the entire Ottawa team to safety. So I definitely think Ottawa has thrown this game too. And it's now firmly in control of the Eagles. But they are on a bit of a timer. So they have Baron 3 minutes until Dragon Soul. Their cards and dominoes are starting to line up for a decent hand here that they can knock over. But ultimately, they still have to execute. And I'm not seeing clean execution yet on the side of the Eagles.
Again, Lucian is insanely strong right now. And this is sort of what he's known for, that 2-item power spike when he has that Sheen proc in addition to the 3rd auto Kraken Slayer. And I mean, we are going to see a bit of a fight here. And again, Leo just almost completely one-shotting Lulu there with just a relentless pursuit auto piercing light. That was an insane amount of damage. And I mean, that's what happens when you get the double crit and the Sheen proc. But holy moly, that was a ton of damage from Leo. And it looks like they're just going to be pushing through mid here with their Baron buff.
Yeah, and at this point, Dark Utopia is starting to get picked what feels like a lot. And the Lulu is squishy. You need to position better. You know the Lucian can just dive onto you. And so you have to stand a little bit further back. You can't poke the enemy. You're purely defensive utility right now. And at this point, 1-3-3 on a Lulu is definitely not the scoreline or KDA that anyone admires or aspires to. So I'm going to say Dark Utopia has to position better, has to position both behind his front line, behind his carries, in order to keep them safe and not have to blow his own defensive abilities on himself.
We see a decent reset coming out of the side of the Eagles as they are going to be looking to position towards this dragon now. This is going to be Soul Point for them, which is a win condition on its own, especially when you have a Lucian with 3 completed items now with Berserker's Greaves. This guy is a full item up on the enemy 80 carry. And let me tell you, if you're playing against a Lucian with Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and Kraken Slayer, yeah, you don't want to get in Relentless Pursuit range because he is going to absolutely one-shot you, and there's pretty much nothing you can do about it. I think he even got exhausted in that last fight when he dashed in on the Lulu, and it just didn't matter. I mean, look at that damage. Oh, my word. Not to mention, if he does get the Nami bubbles as well, that's just going to be absolutely bonkers. Fortunately, though, Zeri does have that Titanic Hydra, giving her a bit more effective HP, so she is most likely not in danger of being one-shot. The Realm War coming up, though. Galantis is sort of in a bit of trouble here, and it looks like the Stair Gauge is going to pop. And we are going to see a lot of damage. He's just going to get chased down. Actually, he gets a bit of a movement speed, but have to flash forward, though, and that's going to be it for him as Kyler 1 picks up that kill as they move towards the top side of the map once again. And the Eagles here need to make something happen. I mean, their top laner's dead. Dragon's up soon in about 17 seconds, it looks like.
That's actually a very good pick onto the Gnar. Yes, Kyler did have to blow his flash for it and his ultimate, but they got everything out of the Gnar there. You know, the Sterix is down, the QSS is down, so now Mr. Frosty could actually ultimate Volantis if need be, but they're just not set up to contest this dragon. So this will be a Mountain Soul going over to the Juniata Eagles right now. And the Eagles, they are still a definitive 5,000 in the lead right now. But a pick is a pick, and so U Ottawa still trying to find ways to come back into this, and they do have gold bounties activated, which will help them in that journey to get back.
Ooh, that was a bit of a misplay from Tuesday. It looks like he's probably not going to get the tower either as he tries to run away, but one-on-one he's going to be fast approaching. Same with Crimson Corvus. He's going to sidestep the bubble to flash away. It's not going to be enough, though. And that's going to be it as Krillium picks up that kill. That's not good at all for the side of U Ottawa, as that's a decent amount of gold going over to the side of the Eagles, and they're going to need to make something happen here if they do want to win this game. But, man, the Eagles are just... They're playing so... What's the word? They're being very oppressive right now. They're really making sure that U Ottawa doesn't have many options, and I think Zeri is feeling the brunt of it here as she's reaching a point now where she's useful, but at this point in the game, when they have Dragon Soul, it's so hard to come back.
Yeah, she's still at least half an item behind, if not more than that. And right now, we're just seeing the gold values really start coming into effect here, especially the CS differences as well. Those are now being impactful. They are hurting. Early game, they're a little bit less noticeable, but right now, when the enemy team only has 2 more kills than you, the difference is nearly 100% in the CS differences here. Because that's a 60 CS gap in the top lane, 40 jungle, another 20 in the mid, but in favor of Ottawa, and then another 30 in favor of Lucian. Like, these are significant gaps across the board. But Volantis, with a good QSS, gets over the wall here and should be okay.
That's weird. I've never seen a Gnar build QSS before. It's definitely a very interesting buy. I'm sure there's a good reason for it.
It's purely to escape the death realm out of the Mordekaiser.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. And there's the flash forward from Volibear, immediately getting the chain stun onto Tuesday, and he's going to go down almost immediately. Crimson Corvus was getting focused initially, but Krillium's going to be able to take down Kyler 1. One-on-one takes down Zhao. Darktopia is going to be the next one. And that's going to be it for U Ottawa. All 5 members dead. That's the ace. And I mean, that Death Bush, just super duper potent. And it looks like that's
and these are 30-second timers as well. So I think the Eagles, they push for the Game 2 victory here right now. It's roughly a 10k gold gap. They took a few extra minutes to close this game out, but it was still an impressive victory here for the Eagles. And so this series will be tied at 1 apiece as we start looking at Game 3. So series tied. It's now effectively a best of 3. Now, both these teams, they have won these games convincingly and lost these games convincingly as well. Now, in Game 2, we did see that U Ottawa was the one who had a lead early, and they did throw it. But credit where credit is due. The Eagles, they played their early composition well. They got the early Dragon. They got early CS leads, and that is what carried them through. Solid fundamentals here, because if you can't CS, you are losing out on the most basic form of gold income in the game. And this was... It hurt Ottawa not being able to CS this game. So now Ottawa, while I like their comp, it just couldn't match up to what the Eagles were doing. And Dark Utopia on the Lulu, got focused one too many times, and especially in that early mid game where the Lucian is spiking, I think just getting popped like that isn't going to be beneficial to your team. But Tuesday was winning his lane, was winning it throughout the entire game, and so I would like to see more priority onto Tuesday, get him onto a carry other than Rise. Now, while Rise is a great utility pick, he can't quite carry the games the same way as you saw on Syndra. The Syndra just 1v9 basically that first game. The second game in the hands of Curlium just wasn't quite there. But I have to ask Fustrious, what are your thoughts about that game there quickly?
Well, I mean, I think what I said previously about the momentum swing, I think now I definitely think the Eagles are in prime territory to take this series. As you said, is now a best of 3. But now the Eagles have the momentum, and they definitely adapted their draft perfectly. And that's all they needed to do. And now it's really, really up to you, Ottawa, to sort of counteract whatever sort of draft picks that they messed up on this time. And I honestly don't know if they can do it. I feel like the strength on the side of the Eagles was just far too much. My prediction is that the Eagles are gonna take the next 2. However, if you Ottawa can take this next one, I'm totally willing to see this go to Game 5. And I really do think that these teams are very, very well matched. I mean, we saw, like you said, some of the wins were convincing. Actually, all the wins were convincing. All the losses were convincing in these 2 games. So yeah, I think overall the Eagles definitely clap back, and now it's in Ottawa's court.
So, you heard it here from Fustrious. The Eagles clapped back. So now it's up to you, Ottawa, in Game 3 to make the necessary adaptations. But first, we are going to throw it to a break as these teams to get ready for Game 3. So, we'll see you then. welcome back. Now, like Fustrious, I hope you were able to grab a glass of water and stay hydrated, because it's important to be hydrated, especially when you're either the Eagles or Ottawa and thirsting for kills. It's good to quench that thirst. Now, do it appropriately, do it responsibly, and most importantly, do it while watching the stream, because you being here matters to us. Just like it matters between you, Ottawa, and Juniata here to who gets the finals, who wins the finals, who takes home the trophy. Because honestly, this series, it's even, it's one apiece. We're going into an effectively best of 3. Overall best of 5, but now it's best of 3 because it's basically reset. You know what I mean, as I talk myself in circles.
Yep.
Fustrious,
Yeah.
what are you expecting here in the ban phase, knowing that we've already seen these bans every game so far?
Maybe a Volibear ban. Probably the same exact bans as before. I don't know if they ban Jinx again. That could be interesting. Will we see the Jinx ban? This is it.
Maybe.
Deciding factor. Hello?
If they don't, are they trolling?
Yeah, are they? I think so. They can't. They have to ban the Jinx. They can't. They can't overlook it. It's too broken. It's the arcane buff. Surprised we haven't seen Jace or Victor.
Or Victor.
Oh, imagine we see Victor. There's the Jinx ban. I knew it. I knew it. I'm one of the best. There's
I
a
mean,
pick.
we also haven't seen the Heimerdinger either. I haven't seen Heimer in a while, actually.
Yeah, actually, Heimerdinger's like not a part of the arcane buff. His character wasn't strong enough in the series.
Well, yeah, he got voted off the island.
Yeah, he got exiled. He's the new Riven. He's gone. He's out of the meta completely.
I mean, there's also Echo, too.
Ooh, that's true. Shyvana? Is that... Really?
Yeah, Shyvana is a Demacian champion, I believe. You know, half dragon, half lady, all badass. And, you know...
Arcane champ ban again. The Victor.
Yep.
Tuesday on Victor would be absolutely bonkers. It's like he has all those side steps against the Syndra, but now he gets a move speed buff. Oh, and there's Caitlyn, another great AD carry. Okay, what the hell is going on?
Okay. But, speaking of Arcane, Caitlyn is an Arcane champion. And if I recall correctly, you share a nickname with Caitlyn, which is Cupcake.
No, stop! Why? Why are you bringing it up, bro? I literally was talking to myself before the stream. I was in the washroom, and I said, I swear to God, if Alex calls me Cupcake on this stream, I'm going to lose my mind. And you did it. You called me Cupcake. You called me... Do you remember the last time you called me Cupcake? Do you remember what happened?
The finals in another stream in League, but that's neither here nor there right now, because we have the spicy composition coming out of U Ottawa. You know, they have the Kaisa Renata in the bot lane. Now, Dark Utopia did look a lot better on the Renata, so I am glad that the Renata is picked instead of the Lulu. I am expecting better things now out of the U Ottawa bot lane, especially with Mr. Frosty on the Shen. We saw in Monstrous Performance Game 1. But still, there is a lot of question marks around the U Ottawa team, where the Eagles, in my opinion, they have a very standard composition. It does have a bit of a hyper-scaling top laner in the form of Camille, but they have the Viego, they have the Syndra, Caitlyn, Karma. It's fairly standard. Now, Caitlyn Karma is a variation of Caitlyn Lux. It will poke you out, it will shove the lane, and it will take the tower early. So the Eagles, I would say, standard composition. So my eyes are firmly on Ottawa here.
Yeah, one thing for Ottawa that's interesting is the Lucian mid is actually, like, we saw the Lucian bot last game, and that was very, very potent. And I don't think it was just because of the Lucian Nami combo. I honestly think Lucian was just doing an insane amount of damage, and I think they saw that on the side of U Ottawa, and they said, you know what, let's just maybe flex pick a mid. And they picked the Karma Caitlyn probably into what they thought was the Lucian, and instead we have Kaisa. And now Kaisa is sort of the most likely going to be building AP, and she is going to scale really, really well. Lucian is going to be able to sort of carry the early game with his insane mid lane pressure, because he's a crazy solo laner when you get him solo lanes.
Yeah.
And we have of course the defensive side as well from the Shen. Should be able to sort of circumvent any aggression coming out of the Eagles in the mid game. So I think U Ottawa's comp actually makes sense. It's just sort of weird to see two 80 carry champions being played when we know that these, sort of bruiser and assassin characters are so strong and prevalent in the meta right now.
Yeah, now, for me, we've seen enough Lucian being a flex pick that I'm okay with it being picked. I have faith in Tuesday's ability so far that he will do well. And Lucian into Syndra, it sounds like a recipe for disaster for the side of the Eagles. Because Lucian, he has the Relentless Pursuit. He will be able to close the distance, pop the Syndra, and relatively get out okay.
Yeah.
But for me, what's interesting is the Shyvana pick.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't been a meta champion for quite a while now. It's been relatively strong depending on how you build it. Now, there are numerous forms or numerous ways to build it. One way is AD on hit. There's AP on hit. There's AP burst. There's pure tank as well. So there is at least 4 or 5 different build paths that one can choose. And I do think that they need a little bit more pure AP. So I'm looking towards a AP on hit, maybe an AP burst, because the Eagles are squishy.
True.
The only one who might be able to survive the burst would be a Camille, who can either immune it or has the adaptive shield if she can proc it. But I think an AP Shyvana could work here if she gets ahead with a farm in CS.
Yeah.
But it's something I have to keep my eyes on. And I'm a little bit concerned about it because it's not meta. It's not something you usually see. But it is a spicy pick.
Yeah. I think the Lucian as well is a very spicy pick. And one thing that they synergize well together is the amount of burst they have, especially when you have the AP Shyvana. I mean, Shyvana's one Dragon's Breath will literally chunk you to half HP. Lucian's Relentless Pursuit, auto attack, Piercing Light auto attack will deal the rest of the damage needed to kill you in the mid lane. So that all happens very, very quickly, and Syndra is going to need to watch out for that combo, and it's really hard to itemize against that combo because, again, half your damage is going to be taken from the Shyvana Flame, and half your damage is going to be taken from the Relentless Pursuit Piercing Light. And so it's going to be up to the synergy between the U Ottawa jungler and the U Ottawa mid laner to sort of take their burst damage and get those cheeky picks with it. And Lucian's going to have to do some major wave manipulation, I think, in order to capitalize on that. However, the bottom lane, I've seen it happen in other tournaments where the Caitlyn Karma is just so potent. It's almost impossible to play against. And Kai'Sa Renata not having any real sustain in that lane, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to survive, I think. And so that's also a lane to watch. It's going to be very dominant from Leo. We saw him playing last game, an exceptional AD carry game. And I think he's going to try and carry that momentum over to this game as we have a bit of a cheeky layout instead of the normal 5-point, with Karma actually everyone being relatively close, and Dark Utopia is actually just going to get chunked out here, nothing more. She's probably going to be forced to recall.
Yeah, right now it's safe enough and early enough that Renata could get a recall off, but as that timer starts ticking up, it's now a little too late. But they will have vision of where Kyler 1 is going to be starting on the Shyvana. And with it being the Ember Knife, I'm going to say that's more of an 80 build, because that will get the damage reduction and also on hit burn that you get as well. So I'm definitely already predicting an on hit, especially with Press the Attack or the Rune Choice or Keystone. 100% on hit Shyvana with the Ghost as well. She will look to run you down. Now it's just a matter of...
We are going to see a fight here. This is what I'm saying. That's all it's going to be. Sorry. Continue.
Okay. So, with the Ghost, and now the only question left is it going to be an AD or AP on hit? I think they need an AP on hit right now just to balance out their damage profile a little bit. But really, I don't think it will matter too much. The Shyvana will still do plenty of work if she can stick to her targets. Now, luckily, Caitlyn, Syndra, they don't have a lot of disengaged tools or tools to help them run. As Tuesday just chunks down Krillium so hard, and once again, First Blood gets out 2 And now one hand is in the Raptor pit, but I think it won't matter. But either way, Tuesday once more with first blood.
Yep. We love to see those kind of solo kills in the mid lane. And again, Lucian, like I said, one of the most potent solo laners you can really have. And Mr. Frosty here goes in for a very interesting trade, but I think the trade is actually going to be in the favor of Volantis there as he gets the full Q combo with Grasp off. And again, this bot lane, very, very oppressive, but seems as though Zhao isn't doing too bad. But once they hit level 3, there's no chance you can fight that, and they're going to be under tower for most of this game, it feels like. And
Yep.
oh,
I would agree with you
double
there.
longsword this early as well is not going to be fun for this Syndra.
Yep. Now, the important thing is that Syndra does have TP, so she won't lose any wave pressure right now. But if Tuesday is able to chain these kills together, then that can be very, very dangerous for Krillium here in just trying to maintain tempo and CS. But right now, we do see that the Eagles are favoring the bot side of the map. They've pathed down towards it. They've gotten deep towards it. And so overall, it does feel like once more the Eagles are playing towards their bot side, and Volantis should be okay top. Already has a 7 CS lead. And I think Mr. Frosty's just in this 5.
Ooh, and there's a flash forward, a massive stun from him. Tuesday is going to go down as he does not have flash. And Kyler actually doing quite a bit of damage, but not quite enough.
Ooh.
As he is going to go down to the Viego. Very, very well done from the side of the Eagles. Now up a full 1,000 gold as the CS lead in topside is very prevalent.
Hey,
And-
double ruby crystals on the Shyvana, so definitely more of a tank build there. Or bruiser build, I should say. Probably could be Chem Tank, could be the, Frostfire Gauntlet there. For
Yep.
the extra slow on hit, which I think is absolutely valuable, having that slow on Shyvana, who doesn't have a lot of CC in her hit. So, yeah, not the start that you Ottawa wanted.
Oh, no.
Tuesday did get the first blood, but those 2 kills going back over in favor of the Eagles definitely does hurt a lot more. Especially because one hand hasn't done much with early leads, but when he's been able to transition them, has looked very well. So now it's Mr. Frosty who goes in on the Volantis here.
And
I think
not
that
the
just spelled
play.
his death.
Ooh, yep, definitely. There it is. Very, very nice kill coming in for Volantis there. And Tuesday here has to make something happen in the mid lane. Both mid laners have a very, very potent level 6 too. So that's something to realize, is that there most likely will be some sort of a skirmish happening around the mid lane around the time those ultimates are available. And Drake is going to be up as well, which is something to take into account as Viego rotates down. Tuesday here is about to get probably absolutely annihilated. There's too many people around, but as I say that, he's actually able to chunk out Krillium just a little bit, but there's a fight going on now as one-on-one is going to be able to take him down, but a quick return coming in from Kyler 1, and unfortunately is going to quickly go down to one-on-one as well. And that's pretty solid. That's very, very solid for the side of the Eagles. They're going to get Drake too.
Ooh. Okay, so the Eagles, they're going to get Infernal Dragon. They're up 2.1k right now. And I do think that this game is already going maybe too far in favor of the Eagles too early. And this doesn't bode well for you, Ottawa. Now, I was rooting for Dragon, but at this point, I don't think you Ottawa quite has it in them to fight back. Now, this game is done and over with already, but you Ottawa, they gotta be better. They gotta outplay on the next level if they want to be competitive in this match.
Yeah, there's got to be some massive plays. I mean, Zhao has to scale into the late game on that Kaisa, and once that happens, there is a solid chance. But the issue is Volantis is just destroying top lane right now, and Kyler 1 is, he's going to get spotted on that ward and have to clear it, and nothing you can really do. And now he has to go towards his Gromp, and we are going to see maybe a dive happening bot lane as one-on-one rotates down. He's probably going to get red buff first, but Dark Utopia is going to be in a very, very suboptimal situation. The trap goes down, but that's going to be Zhao with a massive play, taking him down, and in comes Mr. Frosty with that ultimate ability available. And he's just
That was
give her the
a
master shield.
huge bailout. That bailout on top of the Stain United from Mr. Frosty kept Dark Utopia alive, preventing that gold from going over. And so while that was a lot invested, they needed to do that. Now Kyler won his here and misses the ultimate and then the E as well. Absolutely devastating there. And yeah, that's a bit rough.
In comes Camille. Tuesday's gonna be the first target, but yep, that's gonna be it. As 1,500 gold lead on the side of the Eagles now. Definitely having that prowess as they look to go towards this Rift Herald now. I mean, yeah, everything pretty much missed on the side of you, Ottawa. Not quite the way you want it to go. And that's going to be Rift as well. Bada bing, bada boom. And the Shyvana pick, not really coming in clutch right now, but she is sort of a scaling champion as well. So I can assume she will be doing slightly better towards the mid game. Same with Lucian. Once he gets those 2 items, he's very, very strong. But Syndra being ahead is not something you want to see.
Now, I also had to double check this, but Shyvana was picked in the last rotation on blue side, which means that they already knew who they were going up against, but they didn't draft a winning bot side to chain the early dragons together for the Shyvana scaling, because Shyvana specifically scales off the dragon kills. Extra armor, extra MR, and I believe maybe some offensive stats, but I know defensive stats for sure. And denying that to his Shyvana hurts a lot more than expected. But Tuesday...
he's in trouble. He doesn't have flash. Very well done.
He was sent on an all-expense-paid trip to the gray screen there.
It's actually going to be AD Kaisa this game. Very interesting.
Yes, AD Kaisa does make sense because in the patch notes, they readjusted Kaisa to pull her away from the AP poke build, and they moved it into a little bit more of the AD stats as well as the shield on her ultimate. So she has a higher likelihood of being able to get it off and dive in successfully.
Ooh, and this is going to be a massive fight happening. The Berserk gets dropped. The ultis are coming through from everybody, and now one-on-one is going to get that reset. The dash away from Zhao, though, as he sidesteps that. The auto is not quite going to be enough, but in comes Shyvana. And this is going to be quite the fight if they can make it happen. And there's the Dragon's Breath to go down. Kyler 1 is sort of getting kited out here, just barely dodging the trap. The Rift Herald gets dropped as well. It looks like that's going to be it for that skirmish. Oh my word, that damage is absolutely massive. Rift Herald not being able to charge. Definitely
that's
very, very
still
useful.
an Emax on the Shyvana with the amount of damage that's happening, which is a little bit interesting considering it's a tank build. Normally, you might want to go a Twin Bite or Q-Max for an on-hit, but even a W-Max first. But now Tuesday, once more, just getting chunked down, not respecting the vision that the Eagles are playing around.
Yeah, again, Caitlyn now in a pretty decent spot too, having all of that attack damage, building the Kraken Slayer instantly, why is that a change that I didn't know about? Why is there a Kraken Slayer Caitlyn? I always thought it was Gale Force. What did they change? Can you tell me, Alex? Or maybe this is something brand new. Maybe it makes sense this game.
I think this is just player preference here for Leo.
Okay.
And to be fair, I mean, the Caitlyn does need to get through the tankiness of the Shyvana and the Shen as well, because we do know that Shen gets extremely tanky. So, yes, there will be value to be had on the Kraken Slayer. Do I agree that it's the best item in this situation? Perhaps not, because I think the Gale Force would be better, especially if you're trying to chase down a Lucian or dodge an important skill shot. Because Caitlyn with the 90 caliber net has at least one form of escape, but that's always not the most reliable either.
Yeah, the other thing with Caitlyn is that you can kind of afford to go Lord Dominic second, which I think would be the more optimal way to deal with the tanks on the side of you, Ottawa. And I think that's my only criticism. If it were a different champion, I would totally understand. But because Caitlyn can, this is a weird skirmish happening. I'm not sure who wins this. 1-on-1 is seems to not be the one winning though. But he actually sidestepped the ult. In comes the ulti from the Shen. Is it going to be enough though? And again, Camille is not in a good spot, but there's goes Kyler 1, doing a massive amount of damage and taking him down, but there is the Scatter the Weak to get the stun on both members, but it's going to be traded back immediately as Tuesday goes down, and now Mr. Frosty versus Valantis, the top lane duel of the century. The taunt gets dropped, and that's a ton of damage happening. Valantis does have that hook shot available to get out of there, and that's going to be it for that skirmish. A 2-for-2 trade. Pretty well done by the side of both teams, but the shutdown is going to go over to the side of U Ottawa as gold lead is still about 3K difference here. Again, a lot of this has to do with bot lane. I mean, look at all those plates going down for the Caitlyn Karma, and like I said, that lane is very, very potent. And I guess this Kraken Slayer is working out for Leo.
Ooh. And I just want to point out right now that everyone except for Karma has their mythic done on the side of the Eagles. So the Eagles, they're fully online. Their wings are spread. They are ready to take flight. And with the first tower down, their bot lane will be the first to take flight, rotate over, and Dark Utopia trying desperately to hold on to this tower. But unfortunately, quite able to do it. Does pick up the kill onto Crimson Corvus there. Now Leo trying to get it out there. Drops the exhaust on Kyler 1. Kyler 1 just has too much damage, but gives the kill over to COM there. And, well, they hold the tower.
Well, they do. And more than that, they get themselves a couple kills there. The bot lane is now dead. Kai'Sa's 3-0. And that's really a win condition for them. I mean, the burst coming out of Kai'Sa is going to be absolutely bonkers. So that's, Mr. Frosty is not feeling good here.
Yeah, so
Valantis.
It's still a 3K lead here for the Eagles. Now, Valantis, I don't think he would go in on that. He just wants the plate switch. Unfortunately, dropped off, so just the tower at this point. But Frosty will TP back. But still, you Ottawa are finding ways to get back in this. And a great taunt under tower, and Valantis drops to half HP. Now, Mr. Frosty will take this fight here. Ooh, maybe too much.
Yep.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
That's Camille.
The Camille has completed Mythic. Shen did not.
Oh, the Gale Force wasn't quite enough. Oh. Tuesday showing his prowess on that mid lane. You already know he's going to flash in, trade 1-for-1 with those minions under tower. I'm calling Worth. Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, okay. Kyler 1 is not seeing that impressive on the Shyvana, which is disappointing, because I was looking forward to the pick, but the E's have just been slightly off point. The Dragon's Breath have been Dragon Whiffs so far.
Yeah, this is an interesting Rift Herald sort of skirmish about to happen right now as we do see Xiao coming in close. Valantis did not expect that, and that's going to be a ton of damage. The Shen TPing in as well. One-on-one is going to be jumping in, and the reset is not quite going to land as Crimson Corvus is going to be picking up that kill, and there's still is a skirmish going on as Leo starts to sort of come behind here, and Lucian is close behind the side of U Ottawa as well. They could be looking for anything. There's the Scatter the Weak, and not really going to lead to anything. Still down about 4K gold if you are U Ottawa. Not quite optimal as Tuesday, begins to take that wave. An interesting 1-for-1 trade. Camille going down is definitely in favor of U Ottawa. But again, this 4K gold lead needs to be mitigated at least in some way, especially as this third Drake comes up, and this will be the third one for the Eagles if they are able to get it.
Yes. They're holding on okay, though. They are finding fights to take, which is good, though they're still losing overall on the map. So Ottawa showing some spine, showing some fight. So they're not quite out of it yet, but it is still rough. Now, if this dragon does go over, it will be unfortunate, but not quite the end. But if they get a good engage, they could make something happen. But Mr. Frosty already chunked half HP. This time, Trillia off to a much better start on the Syndra, now 3-3-3.
Ooh, Kyler 1 is looking for a big engage here. And there it is. There's a massive smite coming in. And it's going to be Kai'Sa to go in and do a massive amount of damage. One-on-one here. Gets that immunity. He's trying to run away at this point. And he is going to be able to actually pick up that kill as well. A double kill for him. And he's looking for more. And there it is. A triple kill. And that's going to be an ace for the Eagles. A massive play from Viego there. One-on-one just showing his prowess on the champion. This is his first time playing it in this match. And oh my word, is he popping off.
I agree with you there. He's popping off 6-1-6. Now, it was Ottawa that stole the dragon, got the gold bounty shut down, and a couple kills as well. So those fights, they could actually go the other way. Now, fortunately, the Eagles were able to stall that out just long enough because Renata had a devastating hostile takeover in the middle of that. So the Eagles, while they are ahead a significant amount, they can't get sloppy. Otherwise, Ottawa will capitalize on it.
Mm-hmm. I think Caitlyn now 4-4-2. She's feeling pretty strong. She is going to be going for that rapid fire cannon second item, which should be pretty decent. The taunt under tower is pretty good as well for Mr. Frosty. But again, Camille, she's in her prime territory right now. She's got the steel cap. She's got the divine sunderer. And she's ready to go for sure. And one-on-one also 6-1-6 now with Kraken Slayer, Death's Dance. He's going to be doing some crazy damage, and he's also never going to die. And I think the Death's Dance is a great item pickup because most of the damage coming out of Ottawa is going to be attack damage. And there's actually, Volantis is going in on this Ignite, gets dropped, a ton of damage coming through, but the shield from Shen might just be enough. And there's the ultimate to go down. It's now going to be a 1v2 situation in the top lane, but Leo is trying to equalize that, but he doesn't quite recognize the threat that Zhao actually has. There's going to be the ulti, but the move speed from one-on-one, he's going to be looking to maybe hit that stun, but it's not quite going to land as Okyler 1 is close behind. And in comes Tuesday with that Eternal Damnation. We love that relentless pursuit. And that's going to be him trying to dash over the wall, but it's not quite going to happen as he goes down. Now a 6k gold lead for the side of the Eagles. They are definitely feeling good, but again, like you said, Dark Utopia having that nauseous gas mega ultimate that turns the people against each other. That could be a turning point for them, but that's going to be Rift Herald finally used as he picks up that turret. 8-1-6 now on the Viego. This is definitely his game to carry.
Yep. One hand definitely seems like game one may have actually just been a one-handed performance there, because he's definitely stepped up more and more through each game, which is great to see. Now, the thing that happened there was that the utility from Karma just allowed them to chase out of the jungle into the mid lane, force the Kai'Sa out, and then collapse onto Tuesday, because Tuesday did have a great flank. He was, unfortunately, his team is too weak to capitalize on that positioning too slow. But the positioning was great out of Tuesday, in my opinion. Had the right idea, it just didn't work out. And so, with that said, the Eagles, Juniata, they do find themselves up a significant amount of gold right now. About 7,500 gold in their favor.
Yeah, that's a significant amount of gold if I've ever seen one, and another Drake's going to be up in about a minute. And fortunately, for the side of Ottawa, Shyvana did end up winning that smite fight for that third Drake, so now this will bring them to Soul Point, but not quite Soul, if they do acquire this third or fourth dragon, I should say. And I mean, Volantis is so strong.
3k gold lead in the jungle, 2.5 for top laners, and even Krillium. I think this is Krillium's first significant lead in mid lane right now, because the Lucian pick, it didn't quite do enough early game to solidify its mid game presence, because right now Syndra has the death cap, has the Luden's Echo, and, well, you're not going to be doing more burst damage than that when you're sitting on 1.5 items as the Lucian.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, sort of just getting outscaled at this point. And, one-on-one is going in here. He does have that Death's Dance, and that's going to be a massive scout of the week as well. Tuesday is going to be the first one to get focused down, and the Berserk comes through, and that's a ton of damage. What a massive ulti. But Mr. Frosty's going to be all alone. Kyler's now all alone. Dark Utopia is getting engaged on. There's Volantis hopping over the wall. Oh my gosh, it's a massacre. Kyler won the last one alive, but I do not think the Eagles really care here, as they're going to be looking to push up towards this Baron now. So they look to get that buff, and that's going to be almost a 10k gold lead for the Eagles at 22 minutes. They're feeling themselves.
Yep, they're feeling themselves, and right now it definitely seems like the Eagles, they're getting themselves ready for match point with this Baron take. It's, I believe, the quickest Baron so far of the series. They have a 10k gold lead at 22 minutes. They are definitely in a prime position. And moreover, they haven't lost a tower yet.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
So,
that's not where you want to be if you're U Ottawa, that's for sure. Down 10k gold, 11k gold, sorry. And no towers taken. I think they may have gotten like 2 plates or something. 1 top and 1 bot, from what it looks like. And that is not where you want to be, that's for sure. And we do see Tuesday trying to do something bottom here, but he has to rotate away. And yeah, this is just brutal for you, Ottawa.
yeah, brutal is one word that you could pick. But yeah, I'm just thinking that, maybe game one could have been a bit of a fluke and was the wake up call that the Eagles needed, because we see Volantis go in on Mr. Frosty here, and Mr. Frosty isn't feeling Frosty anymore
Oh
as
my
that
gosh!
huge true damage comes through. But Volantis, that hookshot won't save you this time as Tuesday gets the return kill. But man, that was a huge damage proc out of Volantis. That was
Oh yeah, that was massive.
half the tank's HP.
It's all true damage too. That's the best part. And there's the dash forward. They regret doing that as one-on-one is going to be there and just absolutely one-shots Kaisa. There it is. He's dashing forward. He wants more. And there it is. The one-on-one is going to ult over the wall. Gets the stun onto Tuesday. Again, he's going to be looking for more. That Death Dance healing is going to be enough here as he picks up the Lucian and dashes over the wall. And there's the ulti to come through onto Dark Utopia. The Shen ult comes through, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. One-on-one is 12-1-11 right now. The MVP of this game by far doing work in this jungle. And it looks like they're just going to try and end the game here.
So, now, I'm not saying that correlation equals causation or vice versa, however it goes, but it seems like the team with the most balls have won.
True. I think Syndra's the way to go. I think you gotta be ballsy, and the team with the more balls seems to win, and that's going to be a double inhib as they all reset and pick up however God knows how many items, being up 14k gold now. Holy moly!
It's rough. No matter how you cut it, it's rough.
Yep, 2 minutes on Drake if they want to do that.
And Viego goes with Randuin's Omen on top of it.
Oh no!
That is definitely salt and lemon juice squeezed on top, because he's like, yes, I have 1 armor item. Let me get a second for your double ADC composition so you can't kill me. Oh,
That's gonna be brutal. He has 3 completed items and almost GA, and Lucian's like, I have Gale Force Essence Reaver. And Volantis, oh my gosh, it's happening again. He's gonna get 1 shot. Oh, and there it is. Volantis picks up that kill, and there, yeah, one-on-one is like, hey, what's going on, guys? It's me. I'm basically invincible. And there he is dashing in. Although he might have been, a little bit overzealous there, but it is going to be Krillium to pick up that kill onto Kaisa, and in comes the Berserk from the side of Ottawa. But we are going to see Tuesday getting chunked out as well. In goes Volantis. Stun and the Ignite is going to get dropped. Tuesday is eventually going to go down to that damage over time, and the third inhibitor is going to be the next target. As I say that, though, one-on-one is going to just be massacring the enemy team. Yeah, he's looking for more. He's like, hey, come here. But no, they're not going to give it to him.
He's 13-1 and 13 on the Viego. Now, I know 13 is a superstitious number for some folks, and for others it's lucky. And right now, for the Eagles, it is definitely a lucky number there.
Oh, yeah.
Because they pick up their second win in their series against Ottawa. And I almost don't want to say this as a Canadian, but it definitely seems like the Eagles, they have momentum, they have the luck, and they are primed and ready to go to win this series and win the Challenger Yellows division. It's scary. So, Fush, your thoughts. Give me your thoughts, man.
Well, I did say originally that if the Eagles won, the momentum would swing them to a quick quick two more game victory, and so this is one of those two. And that's honestly still my opinion. I think this momentum is going to carry over. I think Volantis was feeling himself on that Camille. I think that's going to need to get banned because he was just an absolute monster. I think the Syndra pick on the side of the Eagles was fantastic. Again, like you said, the more balls, the more likely you are to win, and so they're going to be going for that. But yeah, overall, I think the Eagles just played exceptionally well the last two games, and they're just looking to close this one out.
Yeah, I agree with you there. They played exceptionally well and just looking to close it out. But before they can close it out, they have to play one more game. And before they can play one more game, we are going to throw it to a break so that way they can get ready. And G Ottawa, they're going to pull out the whiteboard and the markers and probably the stickers too to try and come up with a plan to somehow come back into this series because they are facing match point. So, see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, and we are on match point in this finals showdown right now between U Ottawa and Juniata Esports. Now, it was Ottawa that struck the iron first, but it is the Eagles who have forged it and have taken this series to game 4 and are the ones on match point. So they are looking to close it out. Now, Fustrious, you've been doing a great job here so far with me, despite me ribbing you every now and then. So, how do the Eagles close out this game and secure the victory in their finals?
Balls. Probably Syndra. Honestly, that's what I'm saying. Definitely going to be using the balls. The Dark Spheres, actually, is the politically correct way to say it. But I think they're going to scatter the weak being U Ottawa, and that's what's going to happen. Of course, U Ottawa, though, could also acquire the balls or the Dark Spheres and do the exact same thing. And I know that the mid laner on U Ottawa was kind of epic. As he that game when he was playing Rise against Syndra, he did exceptionally well at dodging those skill shots. So hopefully he can do that again maybe this game if the Eagles do get their hands on the Syndra. Now as for what needs to happen, I think U Ottawa needs to clap back and be like, hey, we know that you kind of beat us the last 2 games, but we've learned. And now our draft is going to be much, much better. So I hope to see some draft changes on the side of U Ottawa that benefit them. Because if they don't, well, you know, we're definitely going to have like an issue if you're U Ottawa against the Eagles, because the Eagles are just absolutely crazy. Team is exceptional. And we're probably going to see the Udyr ban almost immediately. In 3, 2, nope, it's J4.
Now, you see, this is where they got you. It was a side swap. So, J4 has always been the first ban in this series for the side of the Eagles. But with the side swap, is now J4 that is the first ban overall. And there's your Udyr ban. They pulled a quick one on you.
Yep, they got me. They actually got me, these Goombas. They got me. And there's Vigar again. And Vigar's pretty strong now, eh?
What's the worst that could happen?
I've seen him be banned,
it's Vigar. He throws the baby cage down. He blows up someone. So, he just Vigar things. But we do have the hot dog back in the top lane here. No more Camille. And it's Mr. Frosty answering with the Urgot so far. So, already seeing forced adaptations out of both teams here. And it's looking to be exciting.
Yeah, that's for sure. And
Vex.
Vex! Oh my, the Victor! I love Victor. Victor's my favorite. Oh, and it's Tuesday on Victor. Dude, I've been waiting for this. Tuesday on Victor. Victor's my favorite champ, by the way. Anyone in chat wondering. Victor, epic character. And I cannot wait to see what Tuesday does. The movement is going to be insane. And I cannot wait to see it. Trillium on that Vex, though. I really think that's going to be potent, too. And wow, Vayne as well. This is going to be a hype game. Ezreal, oh my gosh. Actually, Vayne definitely counters Ezreal a little bit here, but Crimson Corvus is going to come in with the Karma as well. Let's see, what is the final pick? Vayne maybe like Lulu or, oh, it's Renata. And there it is, Dark Utopia on that Renata. 100% win rate for this match. Damn. So,
the Renata does not have a 100% win rate because the Renata just lost. So 50% win rate. For the finals.
The Renata lost?
Yes.
Not for Dark Utopia. Not for Dark Utopia though, right?
Yes.
No, because he lost on Lulu.
He lost on Lulu. They lost twice. Frustrous. Game one was Renata.
Ottawa.
For Ottawa. Game 2 was Lulu for Dark Utopia, and that was a loss. Game 3 was back to Renata for Dark Utopia, and a loss. Remember, they did a side swap. U Ottawa is red side.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay. It's okay. You're probably, you're not having your cupcakes, their cupcakes, so probably feeling a little bit out of sorts. But you have the victory to hype yourself up about. And that arcane buff is a real thing. I've seen it time and time again. People just tend to feel these champions more so than others. And I'm glad overall that they moved away from some of those off-meta picks. Now,
Yeah.
Urgot is still off-meta, don't get me wrong, but is at least more understandable, a little bit more solid, where the Shyvana just felt out of place and didn't really do much, didn't offer much. Because I am a firm believer that CC wins games.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think one thing that's interesting is the Victor pickup is much more of a scaling pick for the side of U Ottawa, and I think that's going to do really well for them.
Yeah, scaling does tend to do well. However, they have to make it to the points where they scale. Where unfortunately all these games have, I believe, ended either at the 30 mark or before it, which means that you're not getting those late game scaling points. You're just not hitting them. And if you Ottawa can't even break the outer towers, they have almost zero hope of actually making it to that late game. So while late game is good, they need to be strong early, they need to have a strong foundation, and they need to be able to build off of that successfully. So the Eagles, they just really need to keep going forward because they've been playing well and don't really need to change up much. I would like to see Brillium have a little bit more priority, a little bit more success and agency in the mid lane.
Oh yeah,
Because that has been the weakest spot, I feel, for the Eagles.
I think the Vex is going to really help them do that. I think Vex is one of those characters that really can take the game into their own hands, start roaming bot lane, using those resets on your ultimate to sort of jump around in those early jungle skirmishes. And I think something interesting for you, Ottawa, the Vayne pick is very interesting because they can really funnel resources into her and get a lot of value out of that. And I think getting her to like 3 items should be a pretty high priority because Vayne at 3 items, especially when you have a bit of peel on your team, I mean, that's very, very potent, especially with the skill level of these 80 carries. And Vayne is also a pretty good pick into Ezreal too, so I like that they did that.
Yeah. Now, the Ezreal Karma is another heavy poke lane as well.
Yeah.
But with a Vayne, this is actually when I would like to see a Lulu pick come in. Some sort of Enchantress to really just buff up the Vayne, keep the Vayne safe, help her kite in and out of these fights, and just enable the Vayne. I'm not quite sure how Renata is able to fully enable the Vayne. I can see ways in which that could happen, you know, moving people closer to walls, turning them against Vayne, having the bailout for Vayne in case that's one more silver bolt proc that gets that true damage going for the reset. But compared to a Lulu is a lot more straightforward and definitely benefits the Vayne in a more straightforward manner. So I'm definitely going to be watching the bot lane as the lane to watch, because if a Vayne does get ahead early, I think she could just run absolute mayhem across this field, across the rift right now. But Vayne, at a collegiate level, at a competitive level, it is very easy to shut down. I know from experience, sometimes you have to drag the Vayne by the scruff of her cape until she's able to come online.
Yeah.
But that is going to mean the rest of your team has to be solid. And besides Tuesday, I haven't seen that much out of you, Ottawa, to give me hope, especially in the past 2 games.
Well, I hope to see Tuesday on this Victor. I believe in him. I think he's going to come in clutch. I think his movement is insane, and Victor's one of those champions where the better your movement, the better you're going to do on the character. And I'm excited to see that. And it's going to be a double Corrupting Potion first start for the mid laners. Pretty typical nowadays. And yeah, so let's take a look at the it's typical 5-point it looks like. Let's take a look at the runes here. So Airy on Victor is a little interesting. I believe the alternative would be Phase Rush. Which kind of makes sense that he's not taking that, honestly. I think Airy is better for the laning phase, and it gives him a little bit of extra damage. Lethal Tempo on Vayne makes sense. Press the attack on Ezreal is very interesting. I always thought it was Conqueror, but I suppose when you have...
Yeah, I've seen Conqueror, I've seen First Strike. Now, First Strike was the meta a while ago, but they've since reworked that, or not necessarily reworked that, but they added Treasure Hunter into the one tree as well, which I think is one of the runes that you would opt into if you're going Press the Attack.
Yeah.
But really, Press the Attack, you land a Mystic Shot, or your Essence Flux into an Arcane Shift, and then you proc that, and that's a good chunk of early damage as well. So I can understand why it's built, especially for, the Essence Reaver into the Muramana. It works.
Yeah. I think one thing that's interesting is the Doran's Blade coming out of Vayne. I think that's like it's a heavy poke lane, and I would think that you would need the longsword 3 pots. But oh, there's the PTA proc. Wow, that's actually a lot of damage. I guess the other thing with PTA that's interesting is if you have the Karma that slows and roots the Vayne, you have the time to get 3 autos off. And that's just a massive chunk of damage. So I can see how that could work now.
Yeah, and Vayne, already having to use the pot, has basically no sustained options left besides trying to heal up with the Doran Blade lifesteal, but that's minuscule at best, and I think Leo and the Ezreal will control bottom lane right now, and Crimson Corvus just focuses on poke, and I think they will have an absolutely free laning phase.
Oh, for sure. They're definitely looking to have a free laning phase here. The only difference, I think, or the only thing that could make a difference is the jungler coming down. And Graves is not a very gank-heavy jungler, especially pre-6. He's more just power farming and trying to get those items up. And, ooh, Tuesday taking a bit of a suboptimal trade there in the mid lane, but he should be okay to farm under tower. It looks like both junglers sort of just doing their camps. And Viego is going to have a slight advantage here as he's going to complete his full clear a little bit earlier than the Graves. But
A little bit.
Xiao is in trouble here in this bot lane. Being down a
Oh.
level, under tower, at about a third HP, almost a quarter. There's the Q. Wow.
And this is what I mean, where a Lulu could at least help the Vayne survive this, but the Renata just seems to be suffering alongside the Vayne. Now, Kyler 1 with the Ghost goes in here onto Atlantis. Atlantis flashes over. Should be able to make it to tower okay, but is actually just hiding in the minion wave and trading back onto Kyler. Great heads-up play, and that definitely will affect Kyler's tempo and potential re-gank opportunities there.
Ooh, we are going to see a dive here, one-on-one here. They're looking to shut down the Vayne early, but yeah, he realizes it's not going to work out just yet. He's going to go ahead and leave the bottom lane. Get that reset down as Graves goes in, tries to clear anything that he can, but unfortunately for him, Viego has already cleared all of that good stuff. Wow.
Yeah,
so
and well, like I was just going to say that the Grump is respawning there, but it's not worth delaying your back time to try and steal it. So either way, I would say that One Hand has jungle tempo right now, and is probably, I would say, at least 15 seconds ahead, just based on where they are on the map right now. But also, with that pickaxe, should have more upfront damage, and could clear a little bit faster now, but Graves will sustain in the jungle a little bit better with the Vamp Scepter up first.
Mm-hmm. And we are going to see a bit of a interesting XP discrepancy in the mid lane. We see Vex, or actually, is that XP or is that mana? That's mana, isn't it? I'm the worst.
Yep.
Never mind. Forget I said anything. There is going to be a slight. It's actually a slight. What is it? CS lead in the bot lane though, as Ezreal's going to be up a decent amount of CS, which makes sense considering how oppressive this lane has been for the Vayne Renata. And it's very, very hard to play against Karma. I think Karma is one of the most potent supports that you can play with in terms of poke. And really, we can just see that happening this game. And he's doing a great job.
Yeah, the Vayne, I was going to say, is doing surprisingly well right now, being only down 10 CS, despite the amount of pressure already being sent her way. So overall, I am pleased with the first 5 minutes that U Ottawa have managed to stick in this. But across the map, they're already down 1,000 gold. And this is, once again, just through CS leads in the lanes.
Ooh, I thought he was about to hop over. I was like, no. And that's going to be Drake going over to the Eagles. Ooh, what's going on there? Oh, he's just throwing him away.
Yeah. Now, definitely seems like Mr. Frosty's starting to find his stride again and keeping it a lot closer than before. But still, he's not winning lane, and there is a 10 CS lead for Volantis, who seems to be a little bit better overall. Not quite at the 10 CS per minute mark, but could reasonably get there by 10 minutes.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
this is,
Kyler.
He
He's
is level
chasing
6,
this.
though. Ooh, this is definitely going to be a bit of a skirmish happening now as the blue buff is going to be... Oh my gosh,
no.
Darktopia is in a really bad spot right now. The Vex ultimate lands, and that's going to be it for him. As the first blood goes over to Leo. Very, very well done. And now blue buff is going to be the next target for the Eagles. They don't really have vision of the Graves, but I think they should be fine. Victor is not going to be able to steal it away. Graves is going to be the man to grab the blue buff, actually, with the smite.
Oh, he did steal that. Good. And then he also got the back cancel as well. Helps a little bit with tempo. So it helps, but in the time we've been talking, they've bled another 1,000 gold out.
Yeah.
So not ideal, but as we've mentioned, they are a scaling composition. They need time to scale. And it's just a matter of controlling the bleed, which I don't think they're doing a great job.
Oh, no.
But it could be worse.
Leo has ult? Or does he have ult?
No.
No.
Leo doesn't have ult
Okay.
there. He does have both summoners.
Yeah, I think that would be a bit of a throw if he tried to use both summoners there. He'd probably
He's
get
up 30
stunned up
CS.
by Renata. Yeah, he's good. He's vibing. He's basically up 3 or 4 kills now. Which is very, very nice. Oh my gosh, these guys are just bullying. Oh no. Vayne
Like,
did recall though.
It's a significant XP gap in bot lane as well. Like, Leo's level 6. Xiao M is level 5. Dark Utopia is level 4. It is rough across the board right now for the side of Ottawa. But it's Krillium here who's under fire. Can he do it?
There
It is. There it is.
Very well
Hills are
done.
tied up.
Yep, and the gold is definitely not tied up as they're still down 1.6k. Man,
They clawed back a little bit at least.
Yep, they're definitely feeling good about that. And Mr. Frosty there actually does land the dash forward. There's the flash. Oh my gosh.
Oh. I'm going to say that was a misplay by Volantis. He definitely could have killed Frosty if he knocked him into the tower there. But I'm going to say Mr. Frosty takes that. He gets the flash out of Volantis, gets the back timer, and has TP to come back into lane. So he will be able to catch this wave too. And the True Shot Barrage misses at the end there. So overall, I would say that was a win for Mr. Frosty. A small win, but a win regardless.
Man, this this Ezreal having that Essence Razor completed is very, very, very scary. And Vayne does not want to step up at all. She wants nothing to do with this right now. And even with her support, I mean, God, that's just terrifying. Tuesday,
Terrifying is one way to put it.
Tuesday has that augment, though, so we can shove the wave quickly. So that's good.
Yeah. Hopefully he can then turn that wave pressure into either plates or roams, because he definitely needs to bail out his bot lane. And as I say that, he's already starting to roam down, but it's the Eagles with great vision in the river.
Yeah, and I mean, Kyler won here, looking to do some sort of counter gank as they push through, but 1-on-1 is going to be there as well. This could end so poorly. And there's a flash forward straight onto Graves. And Ezreal does a massive amount of damage. They're looking to jump in. And there's the flash away from Vayne. She tries to get some more damage off, but Leo is just way too potent. And there's the ult! Oh, it's not quite going to land onto Zhao. But man, oh man, Tuesday is a little bit late. But overall, just a small skirmish, and the Eagles still up about 2k gold.
I think if he doesn't come down, the Eagles could have looked to dive that, because there was nothing left on the side of Ottawa. Yes, Dark Utopia has their flash up, but that's it. No ultimate, because it's still level 5.
Oh,
Tuesday, ghosting. Oh, he
It's a
should
lot
be able to get out of
damage,
here.
But Kyler won. And there it is, the dash in from Kyler 1. He's going to go down, and there's the stun getting dropped onto 1-on-1, but 1-on-1 is not having any of it. He's going to take him down, and now he's Graves. Wow, very, very well done from him. A good one-for-one trade. Crimson Corvus here. Yep, and that's going to be a solid little skirmish happening in the mid lane. Now trading 1-for-1 still in favor of the Eagles, but man, that's quite the little battle.
Yeah, and because they killed Kyler 1 there on the tail end, that does open Dragon for them. So they get the second Dragon. But taking a look at the gold values here, it's a pretty big discrepancy in that bot lane. Though Tuesday is doing fairly well for himself in the mid lane, having nearly a similar amount of a gold lead. But as I say that, Leo gets a solo kill, and
yep.
It's disgusting. Up 30, 840 CS, up 2 kills, up tower plates. It's rough, as the Eagles are still up 2.2k gold overall. Though Ottawa doing a better job this game than before.
Yeah, being down this much gold this early is absolutely brutal. And this affects like pretty much every lane as well. Volantis here is in a bit of a spooky situation, and you see Ezreal going berserk, and that's going to be it for him as little Kyler 1 takes him down, and now 3-3 now as we even up the kills once again, but still a 2k gold lead for the Eagles.
Yeah, still a 2k gold lead. And Mr. Frosty looking a little low under this tower. And now we do see that the Volantis is able to CS effectively, is hitting that 10 CS per minute mark, and doing a fantastic job in this top lane. And definitely one of the strongest lanes for the side of the Eagles, because Cerulean here has not been having an easy time of it tonight.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Oh my gosh, the damage from Karma is just absolutely bonkers. The Ezreal ulti, it's not going to be enough as he shields himself. Dark Utopia, very, very well done from him. And now Ezreal here, still up 30 CS. Once he gets that man immune, holy moly, guacamole, fettuccine, alfredoroni, is he going to do a lot of damage.
Okay, so the goalie just jumped another 1,000 because the Rift Herald was dropped top, so they got first tower with all the plates in time, and got the charge onto the T2 top tower. And so, yeah, that's another 1,200 gold lead now in the top lane. It's scary. But, they're looking to make something happen bot here.
Tuesday's scaling. Like, I'm not going to lie, he's getting scary. He's going to hit his first item very, very soon, and he's already up about almost 1,000 gold on his lane opponent with those 2 assists in that CS lead. So he's feeling pretty good about this, I think. But he really needs to sort of carry the weight of his team that is behind, and it's very, very hard when your Vayne is behind to carry as Victor. I know this from experience. When your bot lane is losing, it really does not feel good. However, you do realize that this is a scaling comp on the side of you, Ottawa. So it's up to the Eagles to close this out to get these dragons, which are up in 2 minutes actually, and that will put them on soul point. And that's what they need. And then once they're on soul point, it's just a timer. Can you Ottawa scale so that they can fight them at dragon? Or is it going to be soul for the win, which is a massive win condition in this game?
And I think having the Ocean Soul for the side of Eagles is beneficial, but that doesn't matter right now. It's Crimson Corvus gets caught
getting
here.
Exhausted and immediately
he goes cleanses,
down. And Leo is going to be the next target here, as he is actually going to be able to kill Zhao. And there it is, the flash forward, and oh my word, it's an absolute massacre as a triple kill comes in for you, Ottawa. No, Kyler 1 is looking for it. Tuesday, yeah, it looks like he's going to get away here. Yep. Very well done from 1-on-1 to get out of there, but man, that's a lot of kills going over to you, Ottawa, but still the gold in favor of the Eagles. It's just such an uphill battle, and now, oh my, I feel like Victor is really scaling, though. I feel like that's the main thing that's happening, as well as the Urgot. Urgot's going to get really, really strong soon as well. You have a more of a tanky unit on the side of you, Ottawa. Graves, all 6 kills are on him for the side of you, Ottawa. which is absolutely crazy. So he is the man to watch over the next little while.
But he's also the man to shut down, and if they shut him down, the rest of U Ottawa just doesn't have the gold needed to stand toe to toe with the Eagle counterpart. So it is really going to be on O'Kyler 1 to stand tall, stand strong, show some true grit, and, well, blast the enemy full of holes. But with Dragon coming up in 10 seconds now, they do have Scuttle Vision. I'm expecting a team fight to break out here, though Mr. Frosty hasn't TP'd down yet, as Volantis has walked down.
And O'Kyler 1 here. It's weird. He's in a position where he sort of needs the front line because he's the strongest character on his team, and in comes the teleport coming in from Urgot. And again, the Dragon is going down. This is a little skirmish. All we're looking to see is an engage here, maybe from Krillium if he does land that ultimate, but wow, he just got chunked out. And now we are going to see that's going to be the Eagles picking up the Drake, and that's all they want from this. They realize if that's their win condition, O'Kyler 1 is looking to ghost in. And again, this 5v5 is to be avoided at all costs if you're Eagles because you already got the Dragon. There's no point in fighting that. And now you're just good to go on Soul Point.
I don't know if the Eagles realize how far ahead of the enemy, because, while I 100% respect their decision to steal the Dragon and back out, it's the safe play. But they have item advantage, they have gold advantage, they have XP advantage. I definitely think that Volantis could have landed a 5-man Gnar ultimate against the wall, and all hell would have broken loose. And they probably could have won that fight. But we do see Leo nearly popping the vein there. Now Mr. Frosty, he's going toe-to-toe with Viego. He's going to try and walk this one out if allowed, but Volantis is coming there for the reinforcements. Now Mr. Frosty does get the kill. Does it? Oh, he gets enough of a fear that he's going to buy some time to run away, but with the karma there, he won't be living anymore. But he is going to trade a bunch of damage back, and maybe with a little life steal, he survives there. But now Tuesday,
there goes
on
Tuesday!
to Trillium. And you said the Victor was scaling. He's scaling all right.
Damn right he is. That's my boy Tuesday. You already know. 148 CS at 18 minutes or 19 minutes. He's doing pretty well for himself. And he's 103 right now. He's up a ton of gold, I think, on his lane opponent now. Probably closer to like 1.2k. So he's feeling good about himself for sure. And it looks like Volantis is going to be the next target here for O'Kyler 1. He's very, very strong. Oh, wow.
Oh, he's chasing him down here by the looks of it. Volantis is about to go mega. Doesn't land the stun off the ultimate. But Kyler 1 is still going in here.
Wow.
Vayne is here as well. Knocks him into the wall. And that is going to be a
wow.
successful pickoff on Volantis there.
That's the power of the Fed Graves, and Vayne was like, hey, I need this. Please, give it to me. And she's going to be able to pick up that kill, and hopefully she's better for it. But yeah, O'Kyler 1 is definitely making a name for himself here on this jungle Graves. And Leo here needs to start pushing his lead. He's almost at the point now where he's going to power spike once he gets that completed mirror mana. But his team really needs him to show up here as Tuesday is going to like really start scaling. And that was about a third of his HP with one ability. And Tuesday is very, very strong right now. And once he gets that Shadow Flame, he gets into sort of one-shot territory when it comes to squishies. And that does include one-on-one. So if I'm Eagles, I'm scared of this. I'm scared of this Victor. I'm very, very scared of this Victor.
Yeah, he's doing fairly well for himself given the situation here. But it's going to be next Dragon in a minute 40, and Mr. Frosty looks to be caught out in 1v3, but is able to dash out and collect the rest of the wave too. So definitely feeling okay in this situation, and definitely one of his better performances, because the CS gap, while still a gap, is not nearly a flame horizon, which happened in the prior game. Or I believe it happened. It was close anyways.
Ooh. Trillium here is in a bit of trouble. That looks like he's going to get out just fine. This one-on-one taking that jungle camp. I mean, yeah, Victor is a scary, scary boy. And again, the Shadow Flame is going to be quite the power spike for him. All that magic penetration and pretty much no MR for the side of the Eagles. So I don't know. I feel like Victor's just gonna outscale the Vex.
That does make sense that the Victor would outscale the Vex. And Vex feels like a bit of a pseudo assassin sometimes with how she dives in, but is meant to be played as a counter assassin. And really, no one is diving in on the Vex because the Victor will just poke from range. Graves will poke from range and then dash in to get the execute. The Vayne, well, she'll go in when she lands a stun, but besides that, is okay just poking down. There's really no one that needs to dive the Vex on the side of U Ottawa. So they can play at range, they can play with a bit of safety, and that breathing room is beneficial to them. It is helpful. But right now, the most pressing matter is the Soul Dragon, which is about to spawn in 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, this is a big deal, and we're going to see a massive fight here. Leo is in Power Spike territory now with that completed Mira Mana, and we are going to see Volantis having that Mega Gnar available. This is the fight to watch. He's going to dash in a massive double stun. Vex is looking to follow up as well, perhaps, but it is going to be the Drake going over to the Eagles now, but the fight is still going on, and there's Viego going massive. Leo's in the back doing a ton of damage, and Victor is just not quite enough. Vayne is going to go down as well as Tuesday retreats, and that's Dragon Soul going over to Eagles. And the flash forward from one-on-one, that's going to be enough to take down Tuesday. And Atlantis is going to be following up as well. Dark Utopia is his next target, and that's actually going to be enough to take her down.
I don't think it's preemptive, but I think that was the game-winning play here for the side of the Juniata Eagles. They played it well. They get the Ace, they get the Soul Dragon, they get the Baron, and they're basically up another 5,000 gold. So I think that was the game-winning play. And they just need to close this game out cleanly, and then it's over and done with. They win. They win the finals. If they can close this game out here with the lead that they have.
Yeah, this is a massive lead. Having Dragon Soul, they're definitely feeling good about this. And, I mean, Victor not quite having Shadow Flame. It looks like he went stopwatch there, which did not end up working out for him, but at least he's on his way to Shadow Flame, which I think is good. But he also might opt in for the oh my gosh, the damage from Leo. Having that Ocean Soul as well is definitely going to help with that. And ooh, Kyler 1's looking for something. The TP's coming through. Damage to come through onto Kyler 1. As it's going to be a bit of a 1v1 in the jungle. Mr. Frosty's, though, about to make it a 2v2, or should I say a 1v3, it looks like. And Ezreal here doesn't even need to hit that. He knows what he's doing. Mr. Frosty here is going to find himself quite alone, fleeing in the complete wrong direction. The flash over is not going to do anything for him as Leo picks up that kill. And that's going to be a 2-for-0 for the side of the Eagles as they head towards this mid lane. I mean, God, this advantage is just...
Yeah. And this was what I was a little bit afraid of, because as I mentioned, Graves had all 6 of the kills, so he was the man to shut down. And as you can see, he's starting to rack up the deaths now, has caught up to the rest of his team in deaths, and isn't able to get the damage across. He's gone Black Cleaver, so he's not bursting anyone, but he will shred his opponents. But also, there's really no armor to be shredding right now. So that Black Cleaver could have... I don't want to say it was a bad item, but I think there could have been better items in this situation for Kyler to build.
Oh my gosh, and there's Vex going in as well. Victor is the one to shut down, so it makes sense, and that's going to be the flash going away for him. And it looks like sort of overextending maybe a little bit here. He does get chunked out by the Vex. But yeah, the Baron buff minions are definitely something you have to deal with. Tuesday, this is not where you want to be. He does sidestep it, but it's definitely not going to be enough, as the ulti is enough to take him down. And in comes Victor. He is going to drop all that damage. And in goes Viego. But Kyler 1 has a flank, and actually going to be enough. Oh my gosh, one-on-one is popping off right now. And oh, did you see that damage from Ezreal?
Yep.
That was 2 Qs, and Vayne just is almost dead. The exhaust gets dropped as well. Ezreal's looking for more, but he does get condemned into the wall. One-on-one is looking to take down the 80 carry. And yep, there he goes.
Yep. Vayne's dead.
Yep, and Dark
Utopia is next.
Oh, for sure.
And I don't know about you, but that's probably game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that might be
Tuesday's
it.
up in 4 seconds, Mr. Frosty in 12. But really, how much more fight do they have left in them
No,
as
not
Tuesday
a lot.
immediately gets engaged
Not a lot.
upon? And
No,
so
definitely
I
not.
think this is gonna be it. This is the game-winning push. Now it's up to Mr. Frosty to try and make something happen in a 1v5 situation. I don't think he's gonna be able to do it as Crimson Corvus survives. Okay, Kyler, one, you can try and do something. You're ghosting in your fountain, but it doesn't matter
That's
because
it.
the Nexus drops, and it is the Juniata Eagles picking up the win here in the finals. 3-1 fashion, and just a fantastic job. They dropped game one, but they came back strong. They came back hard, and they once again showed that they were superior to you, Ottawa. As it was at the beginning of the season, it is at the end of the season as well, with the Eagles reigning supreme.
Wow, very, very well done from them. And congratulations to the Eagles. You've won. You've done it. Very awesome. Stellar games. I'm a little bit sad about the victor. I really hope that he would clutch up, but man, your team is very, very exceptional. Congratulations to you guys. And yeah, that was fantastic. What do you think the highlight of that was? Those 4 games.
Oh, the highlight.
Yeah,
What
let's
do I
think.
think the highlight was? Now, if I'm not mistaken, Tuesday got first blood in 3 out of 4 games, which is pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
So, like, that as a stat is pretty cool, but that's not a single play there. But I think the play that stands out the most to me was Syndra in a 1v4 situation picks up 2
Oh,
kills.
yeah.
Now, that is from game 1, but I think that was just such a great highlight play there
Mhm.
that it just stands out. Whereas in the Eagles' wins, it has been a lot of teamwork. Though I do have to give credit to One Hand One there. Did play phenomenally and
Oh,
was
yeah.
very, very strong. Ramped up throughout the entire series.
Mhm.
So as an MVP performance, I would probably give it to One Hand One there
Mhm.
for his overall performance there as
Yeah.
well. But individual play, I would have to go with Syndra. 1v4 picks up 2 kills. What about you,
Yeah.
Fustress? Do you have a play of the series?
I think there were a few good solo kills that I really liked. The one was the Rise solo kill was pretty crazy into the Syndra. The solo kill top lane, Camille versus Shen, was also very, very good. And the Syndra one, I know the one you're talking about where she kills the Ashe and then gets a really nice scatter of the week on the other 2 members. But there was one time where she didn't even it was a team fight, and the Syndra didn't even hit a Dark Sphere on the Ashe. She just pressed R, and Ashe disappeared. And it was absolutely hilarious. So I'd say that's my sort of funny play of the game, I would say, is the R key pressed by Syndra, and the Ashe just getting vaporized. So that was definitely a highlight for me. I love seeing champs that I've seen do that 5 years ago, coming back and doing it again, and now in the grand finals of the series. So very well done by the Eagles, I must say. They played exceptionally well.
Yeah, Eagles did play exceptionally well. Now we are trying to arrange an interview with a member of the winning team right now. So we are working on that as well in the background. But man, I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed that U Ottawa wasn't quite able to force a game 5 or find any other wins, because they had moments of stellarness, you could say, but
Yeah.
really they fell kind of flat after the first game. Tuesday was on point throughout the entire series. I can't
yeah.
fault the man there. It just felt like no one else could really get anything going. And
Yeah.
honestly, I want to say it starts at the top and works its way down. Because Mr. Frosty, once he was forced off the Shen, didn't have the same impact. And then when he went back to it, Volantis had already adapted, and so he
Yeah.
didn't have the same impact.
Yeah, Volantis was an exceptional top laner. I think he's probably second for the MVP spot on the side of the Eagles. I think he played it exceptionally well. He consistently won lane. He did very well in team fights, and his Camille game was very, very good. So much respect to him. I look forward to seeing who we get to interview. I'd be curious. So stay tuned for that. But yeah.
Yeah, so we are going to throw it to a quick break right now, just so that way we can focus on getting the right person to interview, because it's going to be a good interview, but we have to make sure we grab the right person. So we are going to throw it to a very quick break as we get that sorted. So we'll see you back for the interview right after this. Well, we were able to sort out the interview situation, and so we do have a member from the Juniata Eagles to interview with us. Now it is the man, the myth, the team captain in Crimson Corvus. So, Crimson, how do you feel winning the finals here, getting the Challengers Yellow Championship title?
I feel great. Feels really good to win and to take this title home and to do more really good stuff at the end of this semester. So it feels really awesome.
Nice.
Well, I'm glad that it feels awesome because your team did put on a great performance overall.
Oh yeah.
Now, speaking of performances, we did notice that your team kind of got blown out of the water in game one. So could you give us a little bit of insight on what happened in game one and then transition into how you overcame that in game two?
For sure. So we drafted something we don't typically play game one. I'm more of a enchanter and a tank player rather than a brand player. So we drafted some stuff that we don't typically play, and then I think we had that one rough fight bot lane, and then the enemy Jinx just snowballed from there, and it made it really hard. But we had a mental reset, stood up, walked around, joked around, and I think it really helped going into game two.
Oh, definitely good to see that the mental is strong, the fortitude is there, and that as a team you were able to collectively reset. So, how did the rest of the games go for you? Because you mentioned you took some risks game one, you had your reset. Was the rest of the series just clean sailing, or were there still some troubled waters that you had to fly over?
U Ottawa is obviously a pretty good team, so we definitely had to put we had to put our big boy pants on and really try our best to beat them. But I think, as you guys could tell, games 2, games 3, and games 4 felt pretty clean. I think we drafted more comfort, and I think we ended up taking home those 3 games pretty easily.
Confident. I like that. Now, Fustrious, do you have any questions on the tip of your tongue that you're dying to ask?
Right. So the first game, do you guys think you'll be next? Obviously, next time you play, do you guys think you'll be playing that matchup bot lane like Ashe Brand? Do you think that that's like really good and it was more of an execution thing than it was a draft thing?
Yeah, I think so. I think that lane definitely could have gone more of our favor. The Diego gank and me face checking the tri-bush and then getting flash blown and then getting re-engaged on, and then the double kill to Jinx just made that lane really hard. But I think the damage and the slows and the CC that lane can put out can make Jinx's life really, really hard. She just gets poked out constantly. I'm definitely down to try it again if we get some more practice on it.
Nice.
Well, that's
And
good to hear.
Who would you say would be the MVP on your team this time around?
I thought Han played our jungler 1-on-1. I thought he played really well this series. But I'd also like to give a big shout out to our mid laner Krillium. He definitely had some rough games and he gave away some deaths and I think was a little frustrated with his performance. But he did a really good job not tilting and staying strong mentally, and ended up pumping out a lot of damage. And as you saw in that Vex fight in game 4, was really able to carry his weight.
Yeah, he definitely had a pretty solid performance overall, being able to withstand the onslaught that was Tuesday.
Yeah.
And speaking of Tuesday, I know Fustrious and I have Tuesday pegged as play of the game with his Syndra in game 1 with that 1v4 situation. Now, do you have a play of the series in mind?
I really liked the outplay that in game 2, the Lucian Nami, so Leo and I bot lane. I think us double killing bot lane as the Rise ult came in from behind us and then just walking the Rise off was a big tempo swing and big mental swing coming out from a rough game one. So I think that's when our tempo really started to pick up. I think that's when if I had one moment, I think that was when we took the series. I think we felt really good and we were definitely playing really well after that fight.
Okay.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Those tempo, those momentum swings are always so critical, especially in an important series like that. That once you have them, it's important to have it. Now, I don't have any more immediate questions. Fustrous, do you have any more?
Nope, that's it for me.
No. So, in that case, congratulations on your win again, and we would
Thank
like
you.
to give you a little bit of the floor space to give shoutouts to people you feel that deserve one or that you just want to give a shout out to. So, go for it. The floor is yours.
Well, obviously, I'd like to shout out my whole team: Krilium, 1-on-1, Leo, and Volantis. I thought they all played great, especially after a rough game one. I thought we brought it back really well, and I'm really proud of you guys. I'm a senior, so I'm graduating, so I won't be able to play with them anymore. But I thought you guys made it for a really fun year, and I really appreciate you guys playing with me. And then I'd also like to shout out our media manager. He's been tweeting out some bangers. You should go follow the Juniata Twitter. And I'd also like to give a huge shout out to our coach Alex. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without him. So I'd like to give a huge round of applause to all those guys.
Yeah, those are definitely some wholesome shout outs. So, once again, thank you for joining us for this interview. Now, I believe that you're not quite done your duties on camera yet, as we do have the commissioner here, Jacob, as well. So, we are going to pass the torch over for that, and congratulations on your win. You definitely deserved it with your play tonight.
Yeah, congrats,
Awesome.
man.
Thank you guys.
Hey, my friend. I'm Jacob. Congratulations. It was awesome to watch you tonight. You guys
Thank you.
were terrific from start to finish. And, I got to say, it's been awesome to work with your community. It's been awesome to work with your family there. Your coach has been awesome to work with.
Yeah.
But tonight, tonight, I get to give you one of these. Well, I get to put it in the mail and get you this, get you some shirts. But it's
Awesome.
coming down there to Juniata as soon as possible. It was awesome to watch you. Thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us on the post game. Congratulations. Enjoy the night. Friday just getting started. I assume you guys will have some fun down. This is your last go round.
Definitely.
So great way to cap it off as a senior, capping it off with a victory here tonight. And congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Awesome to meet you. That's great. So that's going to do it for our stream. Both streams are now officially done. Actually, a great night of action. We thank everybody for tuning in. Tomorrow we turn our attention to Valorant. Actually, we get underway at about 1 o'clock in the noon. That's a long day of action there. We've got 13 championship finals going underway tomorrow. So that's Saturday. Tonight, our attention on League, and Juniata caps it off with their ever NECC title. On behalf of everyone that made these broadcasts possible, Jacob and Ryan saying so long. We'll talk to you tomorrow.